Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Can minimize your energy. That's right. How can I say? Only you can make the change. How can I share your energy? How can I shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, 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 hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and today we are going to tackle an interesting subject. So, Funky Dineva decided to get on and say that black men are a cancer to straight black women, or just to women in general. That they're a cancer to the black community, and I thought that this was a very interesting subject to get on, because why do gay men, more and more you're seeing that they are beginning to feel like they are more loyal to black women in our community than the straight black men. So let's get into some of these things, these conversations that have been floating around TikTok. Let's go with the first one.
You see, statements like these are the exact reason why black women are not protected. In order for our people, which includes women and children, to be protected, a strong man is needed in the household. Now, how can you have a strong man in the household if they're being taken by other men? And this is why it's so important for our people to raise our kids right, so that the men grow up to be strong protectors of the family and the people, and so that the women don't say no dumb shit like that ever again. Shalom.
Gay men like women more than straight men do. Argue with them, not me. The proof is in the pudding. Girl, we so genuine with y'all. We gas you up. Don't we be making y'all feel so beautiful? When you down, we help you lift that head up. Girl, one thing about it too, we never put our hands on y'all. We love y'all. And that's all I gotta say. Gay men, we love women. We really do. We may not want to sleep with y'all, but y'all bad, and we love y'all. That's all I gotta say.
I've noticed that a woman will respect a gay man more than a straight man. Why is that?
Well, I mean, gay men do respect women more than straight men do.
A woman will literally treat a gay man better than a straight man.
A straight man literally would treat his homeboy better than a woman.
They say that they don't want a feminine man.
So stop bitching.
So why are you so happy when you meet one?
A person's sexuality has nothing to do with their feminine or masculine energy. But to answer your question, most time women are not happy around gay men. They feel comfortable, they feel safe, they feel protected.
They be mad mean to straight men.
They're always mean to straight men because they already know what you want from them. Vagina, booty hole, a game, or their gay best friend.
I just don't get it. It makes me think that women want men to be feminine.
Women don't want men to be feminine. Women want men to be men, whether he's more in touch with his feminine energy or masculine energy.
Why does he get more respect than a straight man?
I don't know. Maybe because he earned it.
Why you so tender with his feelings? But a straight man, you could just disrespect with ease.
You're stating that they disrespect y'all with ease and it's bothering you so much. But then you go to compare yourself to a feminine man. I think you should look in the mirror.
It's often very weird, bro. They'll support a gay man's content over a straight man's content.
Gay men and women connect on a level that straight men have yet to connect with themselves on. Until you realize that gay men and women have the same shared experiences with guys like you, Then you will be able to understand. Straight man content is nothing but them degrading women, talking about games, sex, and hoes. What real women want to sit back and consume that type of content?
A gay man will speak on something that a straight man will speak on, and the straight man will get all the backlash, but the gay man gets congratulations.
Maybe because y'all point of views be dumb as hell. I don't know.
Make the shit make sense, dog.
How the hell can we make it make sense when you don't even make sense, dog?
Wow. So these are like some of the sentiments of the gay men. There's like this whole like thing going on, gay male versus straight male. Who really has the black woman's sentiment at heart? Let's go.
This is what God wanted me to do. God wanted me to see that being who I am, it bothers a lot of people. A lot of people want to tell me how to be. Basically, this is the problem. You look at me, and in your mind, you think I'm to this. You think I'm to that. Whatever that may be, because I don't know. I don't think that I'm fine. I don't think I'm cute. I don't think none of that. I call myself ugly all the time. So that's what's hilarious to me. That means you people put me on a pedestal. Okay? So let's break this down. I am 34. Never have I ever been with a man, liked a man, thought a man was cute. That just it don't do nothing to me. Now, as I grew up in this era, you have seen how men will be attracted to another man. That's y'all. I don't care why. I don't even need to think about it. It doesn't even come to my brain because I love women. So, when I grew up, you know how I knew I wasn't gay and how I always got coochie? The women I was always with. No matter what somebody may have said I always had a girlfriend. I always, it never stopped me from nothing. It was so dope that say someone would have told the girl that, the girl would tell me, hey, yeah, such and say that, but I don't get that vibe. That ain't even something that crossed my. So that's what I'm here to tell y'all. I don't care about what you think. You know why to this day, and this is why I'm, again, y'all buckle up your seatbelts. I am now being called gate. What is gate? Not gates, gate. Gay straight. I am a so-called gay dude that only likes women. Yup, that's me. So now, all my responses are going to be as such. Okay, I've tried to do this thing of, hey man, you know what? You know that you're not gay, so you can make this content and make people laugh. You know, since they call you gay, I make these gay TikToks, and it's funny. It's hilarious because you actually believe it because you want me to be gay. So now, since I try to do that, and y'all still be disrespectful, you know, still be, and for a person that I don't need a woman to have my back. It's just hilarious because there's women that's giving me cat and wrong cat, and then I'll be wrong to say names and stuff, right? That's crazy. That's what's crazy to me. To where y'all getting this raw thing, but won't stand up and say, hey, so now that's what I'm finna do. Don't nobody get none. Just his hand. Look at me. Look at this glow. Ain't never feel like this before. So, for y'all, any dude that comment, get removed. Any woman that has a problem with me being a straight man that loves women, even though I don't know what's wrong with your Uchi, you be removed. I never did this for no likes or no nothing. This is something that my niece told me to do, and I do it and I post it on YouTube. My YouTube is what pays me. My YouTube is what goes up every day when I'm asleep. This is just what I use to make the content, and I put it on there. So now I'm not responding to comments. Now I'm not like doing stuff for y'all. Now I'm not going to try to help you grow your page because y'all just show that you can't be a good person. And that's what I am. I am a good person. It's just what I am. Regardless of what you try to say, I am a good person. That's why I wake up every day and nothing happens to me. That's why I wake up every day and God keeps blessing me. Every day you look through my TikTok, it's like he get better and better and better and better. When y'all reveal yourself, it literally makes me go. It's why every video I do today will be better than any video I did before.
So, you know, when a straight man loves women, they consider him to be gay. But then you have these gay men saying, you know what, we love women more than straight men do. What do you think is the thing behind this? Why do you think there is? Because I hear a lot of things saying, you know, women are encouraging homosexuality. You know, like it's the mothers. You know, we are the mothers. You know that. You know, hey, if you know, we have to accept our children. You know, if our children decide that they want to be gay, we have to be the ones to say, you know what, we're gonna still love you no matter what. But you know, there's like this whole conundrum of like gay males, you know, that are really feeling like, you know, that the straight men are a cancer. And so Funky Deniva did a thing on Instagram where he sat there and he brought that out. Let's go.
For a while, I ended up in my search for this clip or an extended version of the clip. I ended up going to his YouTube page and finding that there have been several videos centered around this thought on his page for the past couple of years. And I found one that I want to share a snippet with as well. But this is, in a nutshell, the sentiment. This is the clip that is now going viral. So you'll be able to hear this. Here we go.
It has now come to the time that we have a conversation. I've been saying for years on this show that Black men need to have a conversation, Black men alone. We have got to figure out what is going on with us. This is not something that Black women can help us with. This conversation does not include Black women. Black women, stand down and stand to the side. Black men need to have a kumbaya amongst themselves. And I'm going to niche this out a little more. And it's heterosexual Black men. I'm going to catch a lot of flack for this, but I'm going to say it out loud with my whole chest. Straight Black men are the cancer of the Black community. That's where it starts and that's where it stops. Ladies, I'm here to tell y'all something. All this shit that y'all got going on, some of y'all, not all of y'all, with the gays and with the trans, let it go. Your issue is not a trans woman. Your issue is not a punk or not a sissy. Your issue is all of our issue. Straight Black men.
Now that's interesting. So fucking Denava come out and say, you know, that, you know, the issue in our community is not the gay man, is not the trans, but the actual issue is the straight Black man. And he considers it a cancer. He says, listen, your issue is not with other gay people, gay men, transgender, other. This is the issues with the straight man. Let's hear what else he has to say. Let's go.
Straight Black men are the enemy to the gays. Straight Black men are the enemy to the trans. Straight Black men are who are causing harm to the girls and the women. That's where it's at. Now, y'all can shoot the messenger. Y'all can call me all type of faggots on the Shade Room and all the other blog sites that's going to pick this up and I'll eat it. But you'll never see a situation where girls and women walking around saying they scared of the gay boys. They scared of their life for the gay boys. They don't want to be around the gay boys. It ain't us going around with these fragile ass egos, can't take rejection. We've got to ask ourselves, and I don't even know if the Black straight male collective can even answer this question because their egos tend to be so fragile.
So are Black women more safer with gay men? Is that what he's pretty much saying? Are we more safer? You know? And he's right. I don't really hear a lot of attacks happening between Black gay males versus female, you know, women. But we do see it a lot in, you know, straight female and male relationships. And a lot of times you have that gay best friend that might be the person that like, hey girl, you just need to, it's okay girl, I need to leave them alone, whatever, let's go.
How is it we are raising boys with these fragile ass egos that feel it is okay to slam girls on their head for saying no? Why is it that we have to make the females of the community make all the adjustments? It's not fair. Straight Black men are the cancer of the Black community. Argue with your mammy. Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, before she goes into what she's about to say, now here's the thing. If you're going to say, all right, so he's saying that yes, the there's a lot of violence from straight black men to women. Again, he's saying you don't see gay men slamming women like that. You know what I'm saying? Um, and he's like, hey, who are women safer around? Are they more safer around straight men or gay men? And the same thing probably pretty much goes across the board. So, I mean, what this is like speaking to me is when you hear all these red pill conversations, you'll hear a lot of things saying like that the black woman is raising a male to be gay. That them being the mother of the male is like forcing men into like these kind of gay or homosexual patterns. But what I say is that I don't think that is something. There's more to it than, oh, you have a single mother, and our little boy, our children, our little boys love their mother. But a lot of times something happens, something breaks within the mother and son connection and bond. And that's where you get a lot of like the domestic violence and things like this that happens. All right. So Ariel Maccabi says, black women not safe with no one. Only thing you got to worry with gay men is competition. They want your light. Interesting. Right. Competition for the D. Right. But not necessarily that you're going to get your behind whipped behind it. Let's go.
Those were his sentiments in a nutshell concerning black men and straight black men, to be even more specific about who he is speaking on and why he is speaking on them. Now, I found a different video, like I said, and I'm going to go ahead and share that with you now. Okay.
Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the bigger version of it because she has like the smaller one. But I did find the original version. Let me go ahead and share this tab and play the original version because, I mean, I think this should be talked about. People are probably afraid to like listen. Black men, you should not be afraid to listen to a gay person talk. You should not be that like insecure in your sexuality that when you see a gay man speak, oh, I can't listen to that. Oh, that's gay. No, I mean, you should be secure within your manhood to hear what they got to say. So let's go.
Within the black community, and they start and stop with the straight black man. Heterosexual black men, there is a conversation that y'all need to have amongst yourselves as a collective to help get the black community back on track. Want to talk about it? Here you go. In my bed trying to take a nap right now, and my brain was just spinning, and I had to get up and get this out because it was a continuation of a conversation that some friends and I were having at my house last night. After the BET Awards, I had three friends over.
Listen, I believe so too. He is speaking fact. But see, a lot of men will not admit it. They'll go into, oh, shut up, you punk, or you shut up, you take, you taking it. But the bottom line is these are still men. It doesn't matter what sexual preferences that they have, or if they present more in their feminine energy or whatever, and they like kind of come off feminine. These are still men. And I know a lot of straight men that are very feminine as well. So what's the difference, right? And what is wrong with him actually speaking out? I'm actually glad that he did speak up, because why is it that we're more safer with gay men than straight men? Why is it that this is even a conversation that's even being had? Why does it take a gay man to like come out and say this? Let's go.
Two guys, one girl, and we were watching the Kevin Hart documentary on Netflix or whatever, and a large part of the documentary covers Kevin not wanting to apologize about the homophobic tweets that he had made many, many years ago, and telling the jokes about, oh, if my son came home gay, I would do this and do that, or wouldn't want, or whatever the joke was, and how subsequently he ended up not hosting the Oscars. And so one of the gentlemen at my house made the comment the Oscars got taken away from him. And I had to stop him. I said, hold on, let me fix this narrative because that's not correct. The Oscars were not taken away from Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart chose to walk away because he refused to apologize again. And the point that I was making or tried to make last night was all Kevin had to do was apologize again. But for whatever reason, he was stuck in his ego, and his thought process was, I already apologized for this. I shouldn't have to apologize about it again. And I'm damn sure not going to succumb to the LGBTQ community or whatever and apologize about this shit. Fuck it. That was his attitude. And I went on to explain, that was his option. It was his choice. If it went against his principles, ideals, and morals, more power to him. But look at the bigger picture, what it could have done for the culture had he did it. And to apologize again cost him nothing. So then that conversation led to the greater conversation, which was black men, straight black men, in relation to homophobia, transphobia, homosexuality, and why does the presence of the homosexual black man challenge the existence of the straight man so much, right? And so we're talking, and one of my friends, straight guy, the two guys were straight, he said, him, and I've heard other people say this with the Black Lives Matters movement. He was like, why can't y'all put down the gay stuff and put down the trans stuff right now for a little bit, and let's just fight the black cause, right? And I've heard that. Why can't I just put down my demand for equality while being gay and trans and just fight for being black right now? Because that's the movement that's got some momentum. And my response to that was, I can't put it down because I'm both simultaneously. I am black and I am gay simultaneously. And I am fighting for my life on this hand for being black, but I'm also fighting for my life on this hand for being gay. How can I choose one over the other when I'm not safe on either side? Which led me to a greater discussion, which was, Quentin Antoine Latham, I would be willing to subordinate my fight being gay and put that on the back burner if I could find safety and refuge amongst the black community, but I can't, right? Which then brought me to the point of my thesis and the analogy that I'm going to use to tie it all together. And I said to my two straight homeboys, and these are two guys that I love, I said, black men.
Before he gets into this, so as he is talking, you're not here. So even though he might be gay, that might be his sexual preference. What I see right here is a man speaking. He's not speaking in like being extra feminine or whatever. He's given some real information. So why can't people hear it based on that and not tie it to who is going up his Duke shoe? You know what I'm saying? If he's able to address the issue and he just so happens to like other men, why is that an issue, right? A lot of people are not secure within their own sexuality. And so therefore it makes them feel uncomfortable having a conversation like this. And I'm going to say this. Not all gay men are besties with women. There are some that get very catty. They call a woman a fish. The male, the gay male roasting is diabolical. I would hate to get roasted by a gay man. They know how to come with the words that they don't even have to whoop your ass. They could just talk to you a certain way, say a certain thing, and it'll make you like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Make you want to cry. And they're very catty. You know what I'm saying? There are gay men that are like that. And they will make you feel like shit on wheels. They don't have to put their hands on you. They can verbally assault you in a way that will just run you down into the ground. But what I will say in this case, with how he is speaking, is not sounding catty. It is sounding very masculine. And just because he might have a be saying he's gay, where this is like, let's listen to this and like let's not look at this like, okay, and make gayness be the first thing, even though he's focusing on gay. But let's hear what he has to say. Let's hear him out though. Because there might be something to it, you know? A lot of times when you see gay, people get scared. You know what I'm saying? But let's get into it. Let's go.
There is a conversation that y'all need to have amongst each other. And that conversation is A, why y'all don't have any respect for one another and are so willing to kill one another. B, why y'all don't have respect for Black women and you see them as objects and disposable and less than. And C, why the presence of anything homosexual or trans just completely rattles you and gets your panties in a damn bunch. Those are 3 issues that Black men need to sit down, straight Black men need to sit down in a room with straight Black men, and y'all need to figure that shit out. Y'all need to figure that shit out. I can't even expect, and let me do the proverbial. It's not every Black man, it's good Black men out. Yes, we know that. But I'm talking about the collective, all right? Heterosexual Black men have got to get down to the bottom of why they don't see any value in one another, right? Why we're so willing to kill one another so freely. Then once we get down to that, we got to try to figure out the women thing. Then, we've got to figure out the gay thing. Why the presence of a gay man rattles y'all so much. I told my homeboys last night.
And I can see this. I can say this. The problem is that there is a line sometimes. I mean, we just heard Magic Johnson's son say that he's more into straight men, right? But why? But because he's more so-called feminine presenting. Now, this might be a delusion in his mind, but that looks like a man that is very well groomed to me, So sometimes that could be a violation. So if gay men knows a man is straight, once that is known, that there should be a respect that is given, and then that man should back off and not be trying to like flirt with a straight male. Now, a lot of times, some of the cruising spots for gay men are in places where straight men are at as well. So could you imagine going to the gym and you don't know this is a well-known gay cruising spot, and you're trying to lift weights and you're getting winked at and whatever, you know what I'm saying? You're getting flirted with. And so what he's saying, well, why do men feel uncomfortable with the gay aspect is because in places there's a certain level of violation that happens. And especially when you have a man on man situation, that is an issue. Okay. E.J. Johnson is one of the gay men who fetishizes straight men and feels they should only go after straight men because they are feminine. Right. Or straight men because they are feminine. So he feels, you're right. He in his why he fetishizes straight men. Right? Because like he feels like the gay male is probably effeminate as well, but there are very masculine gay men. So why would you go for a straight man? So that's where the issue is. Now, this video came out before E.J. Johnson said that, and I'm sure that he probably would have an answer to that as well. But let's go.
One of the most emotionally unsafe places that a young gay boy can be is a barbershop, right? And what's unique about being gay, particularly young, is that I got to occupy several worlds, right? If I just sat still in the barbershop, I got to occupy the space of a straight Black man. And I got to witness and listen and be a part of all the privilege that comes along with being a straight Black man, right? Because I got to occupy that space. But being gay and oftentimes occupying a lot of female spaces, I had the advantage of being able to be privy to conversations and attitudes and opinions about the way men feel about women. I guess you could say I was a traitor in a sense, because I got the luxury of being able to sit in the barbershop and the hair salon. So I'm privy to two different conversations. And here's the thing about the barbershop, right? In the barbershop, as a young Black man, it truly is a microcosm of male masculinity and what I should be in every stage of my life. You come into the barbershop as a toddler, you see yourself as a young boy, you see yourself as a teenager, you see yourself as a man, and you see yourself as an elderly man, all in one sitting. Everything I am supposed to be from start to finish, I learn or can see or can pick up in a 2-hour sitting in the barbershop. How I'm
Now, here's the thing about that, right? So he's able to, as a gay man, go into the beauty salon, and also as a gay man, go into the barbershop. So he is hearing the inside scoop, okay, from both sides. This is why there are so many gay female dating coaches teaching women about men. One, because they actually date men, you know. But the thing is that, like, if you are privy to both of those conversations, you walk into a barbershop, you can't, you know, you walk in there as a straight man and you get your hair cut, you know, people don't probably know that you're gay. And they get to talking and you get to hear all the inside scoop. And so what they've been doing is like, they like create YouTube channels and they tell us what they're saying about us. Like, there's so many gay male dating coaches that really break down how the male psyche is to women. I've watched a few, I'm not gonna lie. Let's go.
supposed to sit, how I'm supposed to dress, how I'm supposed to treat my woman, what I'm supposed to think about gay people, what I'm supposed to think about that nigga from the other set. I learn all of these things in the barbershop. Here is what I've never heard in the barbershop. Hey man, y'all know we supposed to be loving one another, right? Yeah, you heard Junebug and Mike got into a fight last night, man. He shouldn't have shot that man. Somebody should have been over there to de-escalate that. That's not what we hear. What I heard is, hell yeah, my nigga, he should have shot that nigga. He shot a head. I was there to beat that nigga ass too. Yeah, I heard that nigga was over there from 31st Street. He came over there with that bullshit. Them niggas came in there, shot his ass up. Ha, 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 ha. I'd have did that shit too. Hell yeah. That's what I heard. In the barbershop, you also hear, yeah, man, my little lady mad with me. Why she mad, dog? Man, you know, I'm messing with that other chick, Lisa. Lisa called the house last night. My little lady answered the phone. Oh, damn, nigga, you got to be more careful next time. Never once did I hear somebody say, well, why you got the girl calling your phone and you got a little lady? You wrong, my nigga. You wrong for cheating on your girl. Why you doing that? It's always reinforcing this cheating behavior on your woman. The behavior that's been most traumatizing for me being in the presence of straight Black men in the barbershop example is all the sissy and the faggot talk, right? Now imagine me being 8, 9, 13, 15, 16. I'm sitting here. Hell yeah, my nigga, my little lady, she was over there. She came to get something to eat. She bought that old faggot ass cousin, but I can't stand that faggot ass nigga. Faggot is, man, man, she over there let them sissies do her hair. Hell nah, fuck that. If my son was a sissy, I'd beat his motherfucking neck. All the while, I'm sitting in the chair just trying to get my fade, and I'm just being battered and abused verbally because I am that faggot and that sissy, and they don't know, and that's the talk. So here's the next part of the conversation, right? As that faggot and as that sissy, straight Black men, am I not your brother? And I think what bothers me is the fact that I already know the answer to this question. And overwhelmingly, my experience has been from heterosexual Black men that gay men are less than, and we are of no value. And because we are viewed as less than, that's why it's so easy for us to be disrespected and disregarded by straight Black men. You know, I was sharing with some people last night. Here is what's unfortunate. Majority of these people that we are fighting for, in this Black Lives Matter movement are straight black men, right? So I am of value when it's time to march and stand in the streets and scream Black Lives Matter and justice for George Floyd, justice for Trayvon Martin, justice for, this person and that person. But when it comes to my life and another Black trans person's life, I really question if the Black collective would be there for me. And we've got the Breonna Taylors, we've got the Sandra Blands, we've got the other women who've been affected by this situation. But the true noise is being made over the men. Once again, the straight black man. Everybody can rally behind y'all. But I don't know that the other marginalized groups in our community, being women and LGBTQ people, get the same support from the straight black man.
Let's get into it, and he's right. Okay, could imagine being a gay man in a barbershop and they're just talking about faggot this and faggot that, and man, don't be a faggot. That's kind of like messed up, But the bottom line is that okay, when you're in the barbershop, you're talking about they're not discouraging each other to be in violence. They're not discouraging each other not to like cheat on their spouses. They're encouraging it, right? And you have this gay man who gets to sit into this thing and witness it all, right? But then when he goes into a situation and say, if he gets hurt, like, does the black community really stand up for that gay man? Like, if he were to get shot today, would people be like, R.I.P. Funky Deniva, and say the police shot him, right? Would the black community come together and march for him? Because would we just say because he's gay, like, oh, well, he must have done? Because you know what? There's several I've heard trans people get. I've heard gay people in Deep Ellum and stuff. I've heard them get like shot and different things like that, mugged and killed and stuff. I don't see the community outcry that happens when a straight black man is killed. But the gay black man will go out and march for that straight black man. Why is it not the same thing, vice versa? I get it. Let's go.
And that is a conversation, again, that y'all have to have with one another. A friend of mine last night asked me about relations when it comes to trans people and gay people. He was like, why do you think, straight black men don't do this? Or why do you think straight black men attack the trans, so on and so forth? And I told him, I said, you know what? That line of questioning is intellectually lazy. Why are you putting the onus on me to explain what it is y'all feel in y'all heart and in y'all soul when it comes to women and gay people? That's like asking somebody that's been raped, what can they do to prevent from being raped? Hey, rape victim, what can you do to prevent being appealing to rapists?
Here's the thing. Here, exactly what you just said, Jamar. Most people worried about someone's sexual orientation are gay themselves. Or they have some either thoughts of it, yes, he is our brother. Yes, we have. It's tough at times. Yes. So gay black men are valueless. How many times have you seen people marching for a gay black man that got killed in any situation? I haven't seen it. And there was just a transgender woman killed in Deep Ellum, I think like 2 years ago. I didn't see a march. I think somebody didn't see all the hoopla. People, it just disappeared, right? Facts. Homophobic straight people do feel that non-straight men are less than. There's a lot to unpack that, especially when there are non-straight men who are a part of the DL culture. And here's the thing. People are so afraid of being considered gay that they won't march for that. So if he were to step outside, get into an altercation with a police officer, right? And maybe they shot him down, gunned him down. How many of the community would step out for him at being a gay man? And he's making a good point. We can't take all the extra drama. But I think he's making a good point. The black community still hasn't accepted homosexuality. What you do in your bedroom is your bit. Exactly. You don't know And this, and like I said, I do see gay men in the marches. I see them fighting harder than anybody else at the marches. When George Floyd, when that happened to him. Let's go.
Why is the onus on me to help heterosexual black men understand why they hate me so much? That is intellectually lazy. The onus is not on black women to figure out why straight black or heterosexual black men, some of them show a disregard for their life, a lack of respect, so quick to run off and marry a white woman, so quick to run off and marry a culturally ambiguous woman. That is not on that sister to explain. That is on y'all. That is on y'all. And I know that this video is going to catch a lot of flack, but the reality of the situation is, you know, the man supposed to be the head of the community. The man supposed to, you know, men are supposed to be leading the charge. And quite frankly, as a collective, now and for a very long time, y'all been fucking leading us to hell. Y'all have been fucking leading us to hell. And I think, you know, Jim Crow era, slavery, so on and so forth, that the black man has been beat down so much from the outside world that within the confines of the community, we have coddled them to a degree in an effort to give them a comfortable place to lay their head because the world beats them down so much. You see what I'm saying? But we cannot, and we've got to, since we're in this great awakening period right now, it's time that we fix every fucking thing. We can't.
Man, great point. Jeffrey Dahmer. We all watched that Jeffrey Dahmer movie and nobody said nothing. There were no discussions on the fact that he was killing black gay men, eating them. What? That should have been a huge discussion. Like, what? Why was he eating black gay men? What was up with that? You know, was there some kind of ritual sacrifice? Like, what was he into? As the community, we don't want the extra tax and drama within LGBT plus, which is its own community. I'm not saying it's right, but that's a lot of it. The changes you have, that changes when you have avocation. Right. I believe so too. Let's go.
Go from being oppressed to oppressing the few people that's left in the community that's trying to love on you. And when it comes to this trans situation, we was watching the video about the girl, the Ayana Dior, that got beat up by 15 or 16 guys at that gas station and had to run behind that register. I don't give a fuck what she did. The conversation that straight black men have got to have with themselves is, why is it that we feel it's okay to beat on her like that? Okay, fine. Fuck it. That ain't a girl. That's a boy. It's got a dick. It's got a dick. Okay, fine. If it's got a dick, then that's your brother. Why is it that y'all feel it's so okay to do that? Why is it by virtue of her being trans that her life automatically doesn't mean anything anymore? And y'all ignorant sons of bitches are okay with that.
Why is it? She's still a black person, black woman, black man, you know, whatever you want to call black, you know, not to misgender, but you know, Jeffrey Dahmer's white privilege and not looking like a killer allowed him to not only get away with killing gay men, but black men. Facts. So let's make a language we can use to reunite the groups. Exactly. That's why I'm even doing this show. I believe that we should care. If a black man is murdered or hurt or whatever, and unjustly, it should not matter what his sexual orientation is or what her, if she's trans, or what his, if he's trans, all these different things. They're still black people. We need to unite, period. Let's go.
But then when some shit go down with one of y'all, we all supposed to rally behind y'all because Black Lives Matter. And don't get me wrong, this is in no way, shape, or form am I trying to attach the gay agenda and the LGBTQ agenda to the Black Lives Matter agenda, because I understand that that agenda is a police brutality movement situation, and I'm completely aware of that. Outside of that, I am talking about the intrinsicness of when you say Black Lives Matter. But do they really? To each other.
Do they matter to each other? Exactly. Make sure you hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't. I'm seeing a lot of new faces in here. Make sure you subscribe. A lot of this content, this is the type of stuff I do. I try to have very interesting topics. I try to talk about things that matter, things that are in our community. Shouts out. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. I should have never watched Jeffrey Dahmer. It was awful. Yes, it is. Be very careful about the things that you put into your psyche. They can affect you long term. Your brain cannot differentiate between what you watch on these movies and what's really happening in you. So therefore, you could be traumatizing yourself. And it's why I don't celebrate Halloween, because Michael Myers is based on white serial killers killing black people. I didn't know that. Is that what Michael Myers is about? I didn't know. That's a new develop. I didn't know that. So wow. But yes, we need to like really think about this. Like, everyone, just because he's gay, they don't want to like really take what he's saying in the accountability. But he's making a very good point. What I'm seeing here is a black man. I don't see a gay black man. He's not talking like a certain way that, like, would you even, if you heard him speak and you didn't know he was gay, he didn't say he was gay, you wouldn't know he was gay. So let's go.
Black men, what is that? Why does the presence of a gay man rattle you to your core? Why does it upset you? Why does my right to be, my haughtiness, me saying I'm a person, respect me as such, why does that challenge your existence so much? What people need to understand is we really don't want nothing from you. We're not trying to take nothing from you. We're not trying to date you. We just want to be left the fuck alone. We want to be able to walk into the gas station, get a Snickers, get 10 on number 20, regardless of how we sound, how we look, what we're wearing, if we have weave in our head or not, and be left the fuck alone. So what? I have on poom poom shorts, high heels, red lipstick, and a wig. Why does that challenge your existence so much? Why does that bring you to chorus? Why? Now I know why. And see, this is not
because they attracted to you, and something within them is bothering them that they're attracted to you, knowing that you have a wig on, even though you have a beard, and you're dressed up like a woman. There is a certain level of attraction, and there's something that bothers them within their soul about that. That's what it is. Let's go.
the conversation that y'all are not ready and willing to have. It rattles you so much because you like it. Many of y'all like it, and you can't reconcile those feelings because you too sat in the barbershop, much like I, as a young black boy, and you heard all that faggot talk.
Nobody said anything about white people. Wrong conversation, sir. True story. Let's go.
And all that sissy talk. And you can't fathom being outcast and losing all that male privilege, now being that faggot and that sissy. So now you got to beat this person up to make you feel better about the old demons that you are battling. That ain't everybody. There's some people that just outright hate people because they was taught to hate them. But the overwhelming majority of y'all that are so vocal on LGBTQ matters, it makes people look at you sideways. I got a couple people that I know. It always baffles me when you see straight black men always on IG talking about gay issues. Dwayne Wade and what he doing with his son. The gay man is the breakdown of the black family. It always baffles me because I always say of all the 2,000 things you could have woke up this morning and talked about, that's the one that's at the forefront of your mind.
And here's the thing. They always bash women for actually being on the side of gay men. But just like she just said, Renee, in high school, a lot of my closest friends were gay. A lot of the times the gay boys will be more, because they get like shunned by the men, they tend to flock more toward the women, and the women accept them for who they are because women are nurturing. That's a part of our nature. So you might have a more effeminate boy that ends up being gay at the end of the day, and that person ends up being their friend. So are we coddling that behavior? Well, listen, that person was gay before we became their friends. So, but we get a lot of flack as women for, oh, you women, y'all are the ones promoting like homosexuality. This is the type of stuff that men will say. In the future, I'm going to make a live on topic that you don't celebrate Halloween because some white horror stories are rooted in racism, murdering blacks. That will be a great topic, and let me know when you do it. Please Please like and share, and also subscribe and continue to stay in touch with me. When you do that, I'll definitely support. Make a comment so I can like follow your channel. Please make a comment on my video and I'll follow your channel. I'll subscribe to you. And that's anybody that's here. I always subscribe to people. If you subscribe to me, I subscribe to you. I always do I share. And feel free to cover this on your channel. Feel free to comment on it. If you want to do a review of it, I don't like block channels. If you want to do a review on this video, feel free. You know what I'm saying? All right, so that persona change, like black and white, keep them apart until they understand that they are the same. Exactly. So let's go.
I wonder why. When we start talking about the breakdown of the family, single motherhood, having 5 and 6 and 7 baby mamas, and niggas being all right with that, that is a conversation that straight black men have got to have with yourselves. Why are y'all so comfortable having 4 and 5 and 6 different baby mamas and not taking care of the kids that you had with your first baby mama because she tripping? Why is that okay and acceptable? And let me reiterate, it ain't everybody. There are great black men out there and there are great black fathers out there, but we're not going to pretend like this ain't a problem in our community, because it is. And more so than it being a problem.
Why does it take a gay man to come out and say this? Why does it take a gay man to question that? Because I hear more black men saying that it's the woman's fault. Not that why is the man leaving his children? Because they didn't get along, or we pissed you, I pissed you. So that doesn't mean you abandon the kid. Let's go.
We need to address the mentality. I could not fathom the idea of creating a kid and not being around that kid damn near every day, or giving that kid what it needs, or better yet, supporting that woman. And the whole woman thing came about because my homegirl was very passionate about how Kevin Hart had left Tori Hart and started dating the new lady, I don't know how to pronounce her name, Ayoko Hart. And then it introduced the whole, he left the dark-skinned sister for the light-skinned pretty girl. And the thing about it is, I don't know if Kevin left her because I liked her specifically because she was light-skinned, or she fell in love with the girl for the content of her character. However, the conversation then shifted to, I was there with you all this time, and now financially I've got to be over here struggling, and that's not right. Like, I need to be living the life. I was here with you. You know what I'm saying? Why is it that it is so easy for some of our men to have babies with these women and then not put these women in position?
I mean, we always talk about that, honey. We listen. Every time we have a discussion, we talk about our spending power. Why are we pretending like we don't have this conversation? We do have it. We love to bring that up. But what is it doing if we're spending it somewhere else? I mean, Dr. Claude Anderson talked about that. Go watch Dr. Claude Anderson. It's called Powernomics, right? It's called like work of spending within your community, but that's not the discussion today. So we need to be having that discussion. That's not the discussion today, but thank you for that. We talk about that all the time, at least over here. All right, let's go.
To be happy and healthy and financially successful to take care of these children. In a Kevin Hart situation, I don't know what he gave that woman, okay? And I don't know what she has. But I personally feel that the proper thing to do for Kevin Hart and any man who's had children with a woman, if he has the means, put that woman up in a house. She shouldn't be living in a Bel Air mansion like Kevin, but put that lady up in a 3-story townhouse that's paid off. Put that woman in a nice car. Give that woman a nice money to start a business so she can be self-sufficient, because if she's comfortable, your kid's comfortable. That's the thought process. If she comfortable, my kid's comfortable. If she not comfortable, that means she's stressed out, she fucked up every day, she mad, she pumping that poison in your children. So because I love my kids so much, I'm going to make her comfortable so they can be comfortable. That's the thought process. At least.
Why does it take a gay man to have that thought process? Why is it that, listen, a lot of straight black men, especially on YouTube, religiously stand on the fact that men can be community penis, being it's in their nature. They champion Nick Cannon's, but shame Russell Wilson's. Oh, you taking on that? That's community punani. Oh, he is simp, right? For because she's a single mother, and he was a single person, but he took on a single mother and began to raise another man, Future's child, who have been spreading his dingling across Hollywood and Atlanta and everywhere else all over the world. But she's the bad guy and he's the bad guy because of their relationship. Make it make sense. But why does it take a gay man to actually point these things out to us when these straight men are the ones that are culprits? They're the gay man is not dating women. Why would it take a gay man to have to like point it out like y'all wrong, bro? I'm at the barbershops. I'm hearing y'all talk. Y'all ain't right. Y'all not right. And shouts out to Funky Geneva for actually like bringing this out for real. Bring it out. Bring it out. Let's go.
For me, but for so many people out there, it's so easy for them to just fuck her, and in return, you saying fuck your kids.
Thank you for the subscription. Yes. And let me go back. He says they're saying fuck her, but in turn, you're saying fuck the kids. I might have went too far back. Let's go.
Your children. So because I love my kids so much, I'm going to make her comfortable so they can be comfortable. That's the thought process, at least for me. But for so many people out there, it's so easy for them to just fuck her, and in return, you saying fuck your kids. By no means necessary did I want for this video to come across as me bashing black men, because we must take into account that the black man goes out in the world every day and faces a set of challenges that other men don't. I acknowledge that. I accept it. But it goes back to my starting point of me being gay and me being black and having to fight for both simultaneously. Black men, it's time that y'all/we begin to fight both fights at the same time. We can fight the man and systematic oppression and white folks, but it's time we also fight for each other and
fight for our families. Instead of us arguing about black women this and black women this, man, you do you know that every day there's a new panel that is downing black women? From the fatties to the Altown Daniels. I mean, Kevin Samuels has left a mark on our community that cannot be erased, because everybody has figured out that if you talk bad about the black woman, honey, you get views. You get so much views. You get people arguing. You get people on the panel, like talking back and forth, and you get some women agreeing with them. Like, yeah, the black woman is yeah, I agree with them. But what is that really? How is that helping anything? If anything, we need to be having panels on how can we help the black mother? How can we help the single mothers? Help the single parents? Help come together. But we'd rather be pointing the finger at each other. And it took a gay man that's not even interested in black women. I think he has children. I'm not sure. That actually could say, you know what? Like, hold on, there's something wrong here. I'm sitting in the barbershop. I'm sitting in the beauty salon. I'm hearing both sides of the story. So I don't discount his opinion and how he sees things, because he gets to hear it from both ends. He gets to hear the straight men talk shit about their relationships, not encouraging a person to be faithful to his family, encouraging them in certain ways that are toxic, for violence and all type of other things, not just only family. He gets to go and hear how the women are complaining about their hubbies and their boyfriends or whatever when he goes to the beauty salon. So I would take his, and listen, that's why there's so many gay male dating coaches. And I watch them, I ain't gonna lie. This guy, Michael Jordan, Jordan, I'm gonna show one. But there's a lot of like black male dating coaches that teach how to work in a relationship, what to look for. And black men hate it. It's like, well, how can this gay man tell you what to do? Well, they can't stand to see that dating coach trying to basically, it's trans that be breaking it down. Cherry the Boom will break down the men, how they be acting. And men hate it. It's like, well, how could this this faggot, whatever you want to call, tell you how to do? Well, do right, because they get to see it from both ends. And I would trust that. Why do I trust a gay man over a straight man? Why would that exist? Right? It shouldn't exist, right? If that's who I'm having relationships with, having children with. Let's go.
Ills in our community at the same damn time. Y'all need to get this shit together. Cause it's y'all. It ain't the black women killing the trans people. It ain't the black women beating the shit out of the gays. It's y'all straight black men. It ain't the black women getting themselves pregnant and being shitted on and being disregarded and being whooped on. They not doing it to themselves. It ain't the trans women beating on the women and getting them pregnant. It ain't the gay boys neglecting these women and getting them pregnant. It's y'all.
It ain't the gay boys neglecting the women and getting them pregnant. It's y'all. Great point. And honey, he made such a great point. I'm about to like bring up this other thing. After he gets done with this, I'm gonna bring up this men's table where we had the men actually discussing this. Let's go.
It ain't the gay boys sitting in gangs, selling drugs, shooting each other up. It ain't the gay boys in Chicago shooting up 30 and 50 people a night. It ain't the girls. It ain't the black women sitting up in Chicago and all these other cities shooting up each other, keeping up turf wars and shit. Yeah, a few of them are in gangs, but overwhelmingly, it ain't them. It is y'all. Y'all need to figure that shit out. And perhaps y'all can start in conversations in the barbershop. That's all I got. Ain't got no more.
Right, in the barbershop, you know, and that's where he said he learned a lot of like the behaviors that are plaguing our community is when he goes to the barbershop. So, you know,
gentlemen, it is now come to the
So what happened is there's a round table, a men's round table that happened, you know, where black men decided to come together and figure it out, right? So let's hear what some of the sentiment that happens amongst the straight black male when discussing what Funky Dinava had to say. Let's go.
time that we have a conversation. I have been saying for years on this show that black men need to have a conversation, black men alone. We have got to figure out what is going on with us. This is not something that black women can help us with. This conversation does not include black women. Black women stand down and stand to the side. Black men need to have a kumbaya amongst themselves. And I'm going to niche this out a little more. And it's heterosexual black men. I'm going to catch a lot of flack for this, but I'm going to say it out loud with my whole chest. Straight black men are the cancer of the black community. That's where it starts and that's where it stops. Ladies, I'm here to tell y'all something. All this shit that y'all got going on, some of y'all, not all of y'all, with the gays and with the trans, let it go. Your issue is not a trans woman. Your issue is not a punk or not a sissy. Your issue is all of our issue. Straight black men. Straight black men are the enemy to the gays. Straight black men are the enemy to the trans. Straight black men are who are causing harm to the girls and the women. That's where it's at. Now, y'all can shoot the messenger. Y'all can call me all type of faggots on the Shade Room and all the other blog sites that's going to pick this up and I'll eat it. But you'll never see a situation where girls and women walking around saying they scared of the gay boys. They scared of their life for the gay boys. They don't want to be around the gay boys. It ain't nothing. Tasha K, we've been good since Spoon's wedding. Somehow or another, you got a wild hair up your ass and decided, let me pick shit with Funky Dineva. And why? When people can't access you physically, they will try to access your emotions. Try to keep my peace with you. Okay? But Tasha K, I want you to know this, and you can put this on record. Okay? You can put this on record. The next time I publicly see you, I am going to walk up to you and I'm going to slap the shit out of you. And then I'm already just throw my setup and be ready to fight your husband. And the sad part about it is I actually like your husband a lot. I have no problems with your husband. You, on the other hand, Tasha, you the same raggedy bitch that every time you see.
So Atlanta people, how come every time somebody driving crazy, it's somebody with a Florida?
You don't talk like that, nigga. Put some goddamn bass in your voice.
Straight black men are a cancer to the black community.
Straight black men are the cancer of the black community.
Black men are the cancer of the black community. The comment that I dropped was that I agree and reporting for duty.
I understand why my name wasn't mentioned.
It was recently brought to my attention that some dude out.
This is the, so you know what's happening, right? So I just had the initial conversation. Now we're going to take the men's side, right? So I just showed what my understanding of it is. So now this is like the male, how they feel. So let's go into it. So I know it just kind of flipped. So just let y'all know. Let's go.
Obviously looking for attention, so I won't mention his name.
And honestly, I appreciate it, because what that tells me is this: there's an awareness that if black people are directed to my platform, they're going to encounter something very different from the typical conversation. They're going to see a body of work that is rooted in data, context, and balance. A platform that holds everyone accountable while also ensuring that black men are accurately represented, not broadly mischaracterized. So when my name isn't said, I don't take that as disrespect. I take it as validation. Validation that the work I'm doing over here matters. Validation that the message carries weight. And validation that when the full picture is presented, when the truth is laid out clearly, it challenges narratives that some people, some black people, would rather leave unexamined. So for that, I'll say this directly. I appreciate you, Dondre Whitfield, because not only saying my name confirms something I've already come to understand. When the truth about black men is presented in a complete and balanced way, it doesn't always get amplified. Sometimes it gets avoided. And you refusing to tag me or mention my platform is exactly why the black community feels comfortable calling straight black men cancerous.
Listen, I just posted the StreamYard in the chat, and it's also pinned at the top. If you want to come up and speak, please feel free to. This is an open panel, so just letting y'all know. Let's go.
Straight black men are the cancer of the black community.
I agree and reporting for duty.
In what world would any group of people accept being labeled a cancer to their own community? Think about what I'm saying here. What rational person hears that and agrees with it, and yet somehow it gets normalized in the black community? Go figure.
Straight black men are the cancer of the black community.
Because accepting language like that and encouraging others to accept it, that's absolutely not progress. In fact, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to black men. It's embarrassing to black leaders, black fathers, black sons. The word cancer is not casual language. From a real world standpoint, especially from someone with the background in health and dealing with cancer within my own family, that is a very serious term. Cancer.
Man, really? You can't take the word cancer? But he's making a good point. Hey, welcome to the panel, Sean Foley. Welcome. Tell me about yourself. What are your thoughts?
Hey, you know what? I was just thinking, you're talking a whole bunch about whether, straight men or gay men are better for black women. I think that white men are better for black women.
Okay. Well, I wasn't saying that white men, gay men are better for black women. I'm talking about like loyal, but also like the actual thing that he's talking about, what we're talking about here. Not necessarily.
I'm just talking about stats. Like I was doing some Googling, and it was saying that if you look at all the race combinations, it's out there saying that black women have the lowest divorce rate of all the combinations. Black man, white woman, of Asian man, Latino woman, all the combinations. They're saying that just the stats, it has like the lowest divorce rate, etc. And I just, I'm looking at the stats and I think that's meaningful.
Right. So, but the conversation is not about like the dating, whether it should be white or because I will have I will have a show about that too. Like should black I will do that. That will come up. But this is about what Funky Denava is saying. Are black men a cancer to the black community? Black straight men. And that is what the subject is. So let's go.
Represents something
Well, I'm just
destructive,
thinking about
something invasive,
when you
something
ask me
that
that
needs
kind
to
of
be
question.
removed. So when you apply that label to a group of men, your own black men, you are not making a critique. You are making a dehumanizing statement. And I'm not here for that. I don't trust most black leaders to speak on the behalf of black men because too many of you don't know black men. Too many of you are afraid to look at the facts and the statistics to see what you're.
But isn't Funky Denava a black man though? He's a black man. Are you trolling? You're laughing. Are you about to get kicked off? What's so funny?
Oh, I didn't say nothing.
No, I'm hearing laughter. I'm hearing laughter in the background. This is like a joke or whatever. I see you have a black.
That might be my roommates in the other room.
But no, you have a black person sitting there as the image. Is this you? This is a black person.
That's me, yeah.
But you're not talking.
I mean, you could hear my voice.
Right. So is it like a looped video of you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sir, this is a looped video of looks like a child. I don't know what this is. It's an AI looped video. Child, get up off my damn page. Anyways, let me get back to what I was doing, okay? Because you like you are trolling, and I don't have. Listen, are you serious? What's the joke? What's so funny? You must be bored.
All right, I didn't know I was back on. No, I'm
Man, no. Like never mind for the trolls, okay? Let's get back to what we're talking about because we were actually really having a good conversation, guys. Let's go.
Fellow black men are doing. That's why I don't trust you all.
All right. Welcome to another episode of The Men's Table. I'm your host, Jeff St. James from Ask a Brother Podcast. I'm going to introduce our guys and then our special guest for this evening. I'm going to start with the business bully himself, Dave Anderson. Welcome, good sir.
Thank you, brother. Always happy to be here. Yes, indeed.
Real quick, y'all, make sure you like and subscribe. I see a lot of new people in the chat. Make sure that you like and subscribe. You know, I work really hard on what I'm on these subjects and stuff like that. And you know, I've been working for an hour, and I just want just like the video. I ain't asked for no money. I just said, hey, like the video. Let's go.
You got Mr. Smooth over there. He got the new portrait approach. He got a great front facing for the first time. So I'm like, this is gonna be a good show. Darwin McPherson, what's going on, bro?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. All right.
The difference between those two. But
all right, so this is the actor, and he decided to put together a panel, I guess. So let's go.
Community. When I think about all the different issues that's
hold on, let me go back.
Acted his entire life. Welcome to the Men's Table for the first time, good brother. The incomparable Mr. Dondre Whitfield. What's going on, man?
my brother, life is good.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Now, for starters, before we even jump into the weeds of what we all thought about all those different clips, I'm just going to say to everybody that's currently watching, regardless of whatever channel or platform you're watching from, please make sure that you're subscribed and following all the gentlemen that you see on the screen. And if you're not a member of any of our channels or platforms, please make sure that you become a member. At least me and Dave, we got some cheap memberships for sure. And thank you to everybody that's been supporting this brand, supporting this new approach and panel that we've been building and putting together. It's all thanks to you all. So make sure we say again that you subscribe, that you like, and that you send to at least 2, 3, 4, even 5 people. And if you have a particular question, comment, or remark that you want us to highlight over the course of the show, make sure you hit that super chat button so that we do not miss it. Oh man. Well, Mr. Whitfield, I'm gonna start with you, man.
You have to.
So it was wild for me to see that initial video from what's his name, Funky Dineva. Yeah, Funky Dineva. And I had a lot of competing thoughts in my head about why he narrowed down so specifically on Black men.
All right, hold on, guys. I have a troll that wants to come up here, but if you want to come up here, you have to be on topic, okay? Sean, it's not about white men dating black women. This is about a gay man saying that black men are toxic to society, especially the black women. So let's go. What's your comment?
Yeah, well, I was thinking about it while I was kicked out, and I think, even if that might be true, I've been just thinking about this. If maybe his point is right. I think that when you say something like that, you're trying to assign fault, to black men maybe, and I just don't think that that's even a fair thing to do because even if that's the case, I'm thinking that some people who have issues in the black community, I just think that it's part of upbringing. It's not because there are plenty of black men who are very affluent, and had great upbringings and great situations and are really successful people and pillars of the community and have healthy relationships. And I just think that's really an overgeneralization of black men.
But do you think that there's something about that black straight men are a cancer to society? Do you think that that's a thing?
Well, you know what? I think there are some things because I think if you're talking about a generalization, right? You're saying if you condensed black men into a general category, I think that the average black man does have a few flaws, but because one thing I've always noticed about the black community personally is I've noticed that, especially among African American men, is that there seems to be a very prevailing sense of like sexism and homophobia just as the general culture, because when you listen to some of the rap music they play on the radio now, the way it talks about women, the terms that it uses describing them, that essentially, like when you say woman, that's bitch is a synonym for woman in that vocabulary. I mean, I think it's frankly offensive, the way that these kind of things happen. And I think homophobia is a huge issue in the black community, especially among black men, because I think there's this prevailing culture of like hyper masculinity, where they feel that they have to be hyper masculine, and if they view women as equals or they view gay men as equals, it detracts from their their masculinity. And I think that's wrong, but I think that the cause of that is the prevailing culture around them, just the way that they're taught in their schools and in their peer groups and by their parents. I think it's a systemic issue. That's my personal thoughts on it. Yeah.
Well, that was great what you just said. It definitely is, but I think the main thing is that he's talking from a gay standpoint of, like, I'm not sure. How long have you been watching the show?
I've never seen the show before.
Also, but I'm saying, how long have you been watching just now? Have you been watching the whole thing?
No, I didn't. I was kicked out for a bit. It was cutting.
All right, so let me just go back into it, right? So what he said is that as a black boy, being a gay man, he has been at the barber shops and he's been at the beauty salons, right? So when he goes to the barber shops and the black man will say, I whooped somebody's ass, woo, woo, woo. They're not saying, man, you shouldn't do that. They're like, yeah, you should, yeah, whoop his ass, Then if the guy's like, yeah, I was cheating, I was cheating on so-and-so with so-and-so and she found out, they're like, man, you know what, you should do this, you know what I'm saying? So, like, it's encouraged. So he's get to hear the inside talk that happens at barbershops. I'm not sure if it happens the same thing in white barbershops, like how the people like get to like divulging all the information and talking and getting, just having male talk, like locker room talk. But in black barbershops, they have that talk, right? Same thing happens in beauty salons, right? Women get to talk about how the men treating them bad, this, that, the other. So I think that what happened is that when he hears this, it begins to bother him. Now he's not straight, or he's not straight, so he's listening to this as a gay male that has female friends, because most straight black men don't really believe that they could be friends with women unless they're having sex with them. You know what I'm saying? It's either a relationship or I mean, there's like been red pill stuff. Like, no, women can't be friends with. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's happening. And so what he did was he went out and he said, you know what? That black men are a cancer to the community. Cancer. And now you're right now hearing how black men are saying, you know what? They don't agree. Because I played his part. I showed what I thought about what he said, and now we're hearing their response, right? So that's what's happening now. Just to catch everybody up, if you guys haven't been here the whole time, right? So let's go.
I got you.
And just tell me to pause when you want to make a statement. Anybody else that wants to join the panel, the link is in the chat.
Described as a cancer in the community. When I think about all the different issues that's contributing, and then I was even more shocked when I looked down in the comments and saw that you was checking in. So I was like, man, I can't wait to hear this brother's response. I knew you was gonna have one after, because I knew. Yeah. So for you, when you first saw that, how did you take it to warrant that reaction, and why did you do a follow up, more fleshed out explanation?
Yeah. So first, what we have to be able to define certain terms. In my book, Male versus Man, I talk about how males look to be served while men look to be of service. And unfortunately, not very many people understand the difference between those two. But we have to be able to understand where people are coming from. Just because someone says something doesn't mean they actually mean what they say. Many people speak this language, but very few people have command of it. So when he made that statement, I understood exactly what he was talking about. Unfortunately, black males look like black men. Why? They got hair on their face. They got pecs. They seem to carry themselves in a certain manner. They got the same physiques, but we are two completely different people. But in understanding what he was trying to convey,
what basically what he meant to say is black men and black gay males, right? They look the same, but they're two different people. He just said black males. So what this is addressing is why are gay men more concerned to a certain extent, relationship wise to women, even addressing some of the things that are happening in black relationships and how black men treat their women than the very black men that are having a relationship with women. Why does it take a gay man to step up and say, you know what, there's something wrong with this? And
I have this perspective on this.
Shun the gay man, and shun him and say that, that's the problem. Go ahead. What are you going to say?
I think that you're focusing on this gay man part of this, but I kind of come from a different background that because as a white man, I think I see this kind of same thing, in fraternity culture in colleges. I don't think it's so much a black man versus black gay man thing as it is a man thing. I think it's these kind of same cultural things that happen when you say you dehumanize women, you treat them differently. And when you're hanging around just a bunch of men, you promote ways of being that are really anti-woman, like, you should totally cheat on her, bro, or, whatever. I think these things are just cultural elements of manhood in general that I think maybe it's our Western culture, but, maybe it's a worldwide thing. That I think that just in general, when men are born and when they're raised, they're encouraged to, be dominating. And often that's at the expense of the humanity of others. And I think it's not even just a black male thing. And I think that might be reductive to even look at it that way. I think
what? Maybe it's because we don't have a bird's eye view into the white community and what happens there, so we think it's only happening in our community. We like, oh, you guys go to the barbershop, you guys like, man, fuck all the bitches, get all the women, And it looked like the white families are all look like they together and this, that, the other, and blah, blah, blah. So,
but at the same time, you see frat guys, white frat guys, they'll have tons of relationships with all kinds of women and cheat on them and all these things. And, in Hispanic culture, they had this, culture of machismo where they'll go, and it's okay in many Hispanic cultures for Hispanic men to cheat on their wives and their girlfriends, but it's not okay culturally to do the other way around. I think it's a worldwide phenomenon. I think, and maybe I think it's because when our cultures are being formed, you know, at a large scale, something about the way that testosterone causes us to want to dominate. And that just becomes ingrained in the culture as a whole. I think part of it too, it's a lack of education. I think it might be a little bit worse in the Black community, but only because a lot of those communities, you know, that are majority Black just have lower education in general due to systemic factors that are outside of their control. I mean, if a lot of the issues that are more severe in the Black community is nothing about Black people themselves. They didn't do anything wrong to be the way that they are. It's just that they didn't have the education that we were able to have because, you know, of conditions of slavery and all that, you know, manifest today in the socioeconomic differences that exist today.
But they do have education. They go to school, they go to high school, they go to junior high school, they go to college, just like everybody else. But there are like higher dropout rates. There are urban areas and this, that, the other. But but there is a more, I don't know. I don't know what, I think the incarceration, I don't think it's education. I think it's incarceration. You know what I'm saying? When you have the majority of the Black men going to jail and going to prison, and you know, I don't know. Let's hear what these men are about to say about it, because I don't know the answer. Let's go.
Like I said in the post that I made following up on it, Black men step up and take responsibility for things that we don't even break. So when I talked about those things, I was being very specific about us as Black men. Yeah, we take responsibility for those things that we have no responsibility for. Now, the responsibility that Black men do have is that we have to help our young Black males and sometimes older Black males matriculate their way into manhood so that we can become the servant leaders that we were intended to become when we were created. So when I spoke to that, that was a very specific thing. Of course, I know the blowback that comes behind that, but that now opens up the conversation. What is meant by that? Our Black males aren't a cancer that we have to obliterate, but their behavior is very cancerous. That cancerous behavior.
No, these are straight men. So what happened is that when they heard Funky Dinava's speech about Black men being a cancer, they all got together and did a video. Let's go back in case anyone missed it and didn't get to see what Funky Dinava said, so that you can have context about what I'm talking about. I think that people might be missing the context. Let's go. Let me play.
Hey, going viral.
Okay.
This is my perspective. So, Funky Dineva is going viral because he repeated a sentiment that he has actually held for quite a many years, that straight Black men are the cancer, they are the problem, ultimately in the Black community. And now he has held this sentiment for a while. I ended up in my search for this clip or an extended version of the clip, I ended up going to his YouTube page and finding that there have been several videos centered around this thought on his page for the past couple of years. And I found one that I want to share a snippet with as well. But this is, in a nutshell, the sentiment. This is the clip that is now going viral. So you'll be able to hear this. Here we go.
It has now come to the time that we have a conversation. I've been saying for years on this show that Black men need to have a conversation, Black men alone. We have got to figure out what is going on with us. This is not something that Black women can help us with. This conversation does not include Black women. Black women, stand down and stand to the side. Black men need to have a kumbaya amongst themselves. And I'm going to niche this out a little more. And it's heterosexual Black men. I'm going to catch a lot of flack for this, but I'm going to say it out loud with my whole chest. Straight Black men are the cancer of the Black community. That's where it starts and that's where it stops. Ladies, I'm here to tell y'all something. All this shit that y'all got going on, some of y'all, not all of y'all, with the gays and with the trans, let it go. Your issue is not a trans woman. Your issue is not a punk or not a sissy. Your issue is all of our issue. Straight Black men. Straight Black men are the enemy to the gays. Straight Black men are the enemy to the trans. straight black men or who are causing harm to the girls and the women. That's where it's at. Now, y'all can shoot the messenger. Y'all can call me all type of faggots on the Shade Room and all the other blog sites that's going to pick this up and I'll eat it. But you'll never see a situation where girls and women walking around saying they scared of the gay boys. They scared of their life for the gay boys. They don't want to be around the gay boys. It ain't us going around with these fragile ass egos, can't take rejection. We've got to ask ourselves, and I don't even know if the black straight male collective can even answer this question because their egos tend to be so fragile. How is it we are raising boys with these fragile ass egos that feel it is okay to slam girls on their head for saying no? Why is it that we have to make the females of the community make all the adjustments? It's not fair. Straight black men are the cancer of the black community. Argue with your mammy.
So now do you see what the subject is, Sean? You're muted.
Yeah, I see that.
All right, so now, like,
oh,
okay.
am I unmuted now?
Yeah, so now give perspective now.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like
I think that I think that it's a good point what he's saying. But let's not act as though issues of being assaulted by women or all these things are unique to black men. I think that white men rape, white men do domestic violence, etc. I don't think these are necessarily just black issues.
That's a good. You know what? Maybe here's the thing: people don't have a bird's eye view into the white community. We don't know if it exists in the. We just know about what's happening in our community. And that's what's being addressed. Like, okay, we're but you're probably right. If we did the statistics, we probably would see that. But everybody's not doing statistics. What we're doing is like we're just seeing it happening, and we're like, oh man, there's a problem. You right? So is it just straight men? Period is a cancer, not just straight black men, but the straight male. Period. What is it? That's calling for mad disrespect to black men as a whole.
And it's a complicated.
And kidnapping kids. Let that sink in, folks. God bless. Go ahead.
I think it's a really complicated issue. I mean, just in the sense of how do you stop men from doing these negative things? How do you stop men from raping? How do you stop men from doing domestic violence? I think it's a really difficult question. I think you can look at societies that don't do this as much and ones that do it more. And I think you can see that education and socioeconomic status are kind of leading factors. I don't think it's religion. I don't think religion is the solution to it. I think it's education. I think that a shift in our culture towards more consent and viewing women as more human. I think that, and what's kind of a messed up thing, I think, is.
So do you think that that's a thing that men don't view women as human? Because there's a new thing, this whole red pill. Are you a part of the red pill community?
No, I mean, I have a girlfriend and we've been here together for a while. I think I view women as equal, but at the same time, I'm conscious of the fact that I think that every man in America, no matter, what their upbringing is, has some amount of subconscious, way of viewing women. I think it's natural. I think that when, you're in a situation and it comes to small things like talking over women or, all these different things. I think we're taught it from birth. I think our society teaches it that what men are meant to dominate and women are meant to submit. I think it shows in the way we, people have sex, the way that, men are the dominant person in that and women are the submissive person in that. I think it's a fundamental part of our culture. I think it's spread, the idea that women are supposed to cook the food and men are supposed to make the money. I think it's totally fundamental to our culture. And I'm not sure what a great solution to that is. I think that you see
in the black community,
Norway.
But hold on, in the black community, you feel like black men feel like they shouldn't have to provide. It should be 50-50. So there's a big difference happening in the black community. Or maybe are white people saying 50-50?
Well, I feel like at the same time when you hear like 50-50 in these relationships, I think that it's often saying, I mean, at least I see this in social media. I think that men want to have their cake and eat it too often. I think that they're saying women should have to work and all these things, but yet at the same time, you don't really see many of these videos of men cooking for their wives or all these kind of things. I think that men want to have their cake and eat it too, in the sense of they want to, have their woman cook for them, have their woman clean for them, and have a job. And I think it's not great. And I think
Renee 5506 says psychology is a form of education, by the way. I just wanted to show you that. I'm not sure if you are looking at the screen, because like you got like multiple screens up. I'm hearing dings and bings, but she said psychology is a form of education. Okay, I guess we lost him. So the young boy don't know what he's talking about. But I mean, he actually was making some good points that I didn't, in the white community, it might be different. That's why I was asking him. Maybe it's something else happening in the white community that's not happening. He's saying this it's the same. But I'm like, okay, but are white people getting online saying that we should go 50-50? Are they asking their women, what are you bringing to the table? All right, Just says it's not different. Okay. Just, are you white? Are you Caucasian? Yeah, exactly. Why did he come here to deflect us from? Let's get back on track. Let's go.
Kills so many things that are inside our community. It harms our women. It harms our children. So no, we don't have to annihilate our black males. But what we have to do is we have to annihilate the behaviors that are cancerous to our community. And how do we do that? Again, giving them information and instruction that allows them to matriculate into manhood. Because black men aren't the cancer.
Well, there's a reason why I allowed it, because he was pretty much saying that there's no difference, that people think it's only happening in the black community, but he's saying it happens in the white community too. So maybe we think that we have like all these issues, and we really don't have as much issues as we thought we did. Because I even heard single parenthood is like 17% versus that there's a lie even going on about single motherhood in the black community. It's only like 17%. So it's a lot of things going on that we think that is exclusive to the black community, which the white community can say like, no, we go through the same thing. And they might also be able to like say, hey, this is what's happening here. So I was allowing it. He's saying, okay, in the barbershop it happens over there, at the fraternities it happens there. The only problem I have is he kept bringing up education as if people are dumb and we're not going to school. Yes, we do have school. Yes, we do go to college. Yes, we do graduate and get higher level degrees. So we're not just all dumb, stupid, and have no education. There's just cultural things that are going on in our community that for some reason is beginning to I think that some of the society and how things are going and social media is starting to permeate into how things are being done. So let's go.
Our community, we are the canteen of our community. Our community is dehydrated of manhood. And that manhood is the thing that resuscitates and restores our community. So when I said, yep, reporting for duty, it was because that's what men do. We report for duty in order to take responsibility for things, even the things that we aren't responsible for.
I definitely want to know everybody's thoughts on even the response and explanation from Dondre, Mr. Whitfield. I think I want to start with Mr. McPherson first. Darwin, you're on mute.
You're right, Renee. It is definitely a culture, religious, and psychological issue. There's like some kind of PTSD that our community is going through when it comes down to somehow you're talking about like missing fathers, like for the whole culture, the music, everything about our culture is about pretty much like we don't love them hoes and all type of crazy stuff. Look what song is in the white community saying we don't love them hoes? You know what I'm saying? So we have this, and we're singing these songs, and that's a mantra. We don't love them hoes. That's a mantra that goes into your mind, it goes into your psyche, and then people begin to actually enact it in their real life. So yeah, the music, everything about our community is pushing the family apart. So let's go.
Okay, sorry about that. So I guess my only question. So whenever I hear stuff like this, I got a lot of questions because some of these clips they move so fast, you don't get a lot of context. Rarely do people elaborate because the algorithm is best suited for videos within 120 seconds. So one of the questions I had, and I think I'll pose it to Mr. Whitfield if I can. When you say it's the behavior that is cancerous, which is worse, the cancer itself, or the author or the person who orchestrates the cancer?
Well, your cancerous behavior can be determined or deemed a cancer to those who are falling prey to it or falling victim to it. So those are really semantics. What we're really talking about are behaviors that harm our women or that harm our children. And really, that comes on a number of different levels, right? So if a young brother doesn't have a navigation system in a man that gives him the kind of information and instruction that he needs in order to comport himself in a specific way that helps our community be what it's supposed to be, then those behaviors can be quite harmful. And so subsequently, those kinds of behaviors can be cancerous. And to some people who endure it, it can be deemed as a cancer. So what we're really talking about is one and the same.
So is the navigation system already given, or is that something that had to be passed down?
Religion is a huge topic. Because whenever you believe in a Bible that tells you that a woman shouldn't speak in the pulpit, she need to be seen, not heard, but the women are the main people that's even running the church. How can you have a whole church full of women, mainly women, and one pastor that's running the whole thing, maybe a few men, but then tell the woman that she's still lesser than? Like, it's crazy to me. Now, I don't know about white churches, but I know in black churches, this is majority women. Okay, so let's go.
No, something got to be trained or educated or conditioned.
It has to be trained. There are a bunch of us.
So right. So my point is, if we're sending black men out or young boys, because I would argue that it starts before they become a man. If we're sending them out into the community, out in society to interact with women who are calling these men or whatever that is calling these men cancers, you're sending them out without the navigation system. How do we penalize somebody who is mal-equipped? Shouldn't we also, throw in the responsibility of those who are responsible for these young boys?
Yeah, but it's interesting. My father went to prison. My father kidnapped me when I was 6 years old. My father went to prison for manslaughter when I was 13 years old. I have 2 biological children, but as I stated in my post and speaking about this particular topic, even though I only have 2 biological children, I have countless bonus children. And many of those children are young males who didn't have a navigation system because they were fatherless. And that's not their fault. So again, as I said earlier, men take responsibility for things that they didn't even break. I wasn't responsible for creating that young man, or excuse me, that young male who doesn't have a navigation system. But I do take the responsibility of giving him the information and instruction that allows him to be able to show up like the man that he was created to be.
Right. I agree. I think that's very fortunate that you're able to do that. But if we're speaking for the totality or majority of black men, they're just not fortunate. And I think it's unfair to call black men a cancer based off of their behavior when we're not elaborating on how that behavior was configured.
Again, we can't ping pong this, right? So I just explained earlier that certain behaviors can be cancerous to our community. Now, what someone else chooses to call that, again, as I said, I understood exactly where they were coming from. And as I stated right from the beginning, we have to really be able to determine what people are trying to get at. Just because someone says something doesn't actually mean that that's what they actually mean. Some people don't have enough command of the language in order to be able to express themselves properly. So when I talked about furthering this conversation, the conversation is, how do we get to our young males in order to give them what is necessary for them to be equipped to help?
I gotta just address this, right? So you said, she says the Bible and Quran are patriarchal. I'll leave it. Then someone comes in and says, Jesus Christ is Lord. And she says, see, here we go. And then he says, what does that mean? Do the math. Just do the math. Just do the math.
Our community be resuscitated and restored. And that's going to come off the backs of men like us that have the information and instruction, and to be able to take those young males and say, hey, listen, this is how your behavior can be harmful to our community. And this is who you were destined to be. I understand that you don't know what that is because you didn't have the benefit of having a navigation system that allowed you to be able to matriculate into manhood. And now that we know that, every single man in our community has the ability to grab one. We heard the expression, each one, teach one. Unfortunately, too many of us are not playing our position. Too many of us are not answering the call of our divine assignment.
Right. What happened to that man in the community that was like, man, y'all kids, do what you gotta, you know what I'm saying? What happened to that guy? When did barbershops turn into people like Champion and go on here and get, fucking the novices, he's at the barbershop and they're encouraging violence. They're encouraging you to cheat. What happened to the men that are stand-up men and trying to teach? Where are those guys in the community? That's the point.
All right, so I'm going to yield to, I guess, the next speaker, but hopefully we can get into the details of the specific behaviors that would trigger a narrative like this in the future of this conversation. But go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I want Dave to come in next, but I'm going to read a couple super chats. And guys, if everybody's currently still watching, please make sure that you hit those super chats to support the brand, support the panel, support, all the different things we're trying to build, and especially if you have questions or comments. Quasi Sampson writes 78, thank you for $4.99. Talk about how gay men try to claim a higher level of morality than straight black men. We'll definitely have a conversation about the origins of that particular comment and some of the trends of men that happen to not be heterosexual having very strong opinions about heterosexual men for sure. D. Coldis Jenkins, thank you for the $2. Society wants black men and our boys buck broken. Yeah, we're gonna have a conversation relating to that too in terms of this particular. Thank you for Mr. Philip Sadiq for the $5 as well, and then last but not least, Mr. X-Ray, thank you for the $10. What are the behaviors? I'm interested to know if it's criminal behavior or masculinity. Appreciate Brother Whitfield showing up. We'll definitely tap on that for sure in terms of what some of the concerning behaviors are. But Dave, why don't you go ahead and expound on what you've heard and seen so far?
Yeah, but before I do that, Jeff, Dondre, I just want to tell you a few things. The first thing I want to say to you is, God bless you, brother. I have been a big fan of yours since you were Robert on the Cosby Show. My mom and Bill Cosby grew up together in the Richard Allen Projects. I love the majority of your work. I even love your taste in wives, bro. I am a huge fan of. Respectfully, I'm a married man. Like, people tell me my wife is beautiful all the time. What I'm saying is, see, that's the problem, Jeff. You and these sound effects, we're going to stop being disrespectful. We're going to have a
real men are here now, and we don't do anything for nothing in return. No one's asking you to do anything for nothing in return. What are you talking about? You don't find a woman, you don't think a woman is going to give you anything in return? That's the problem. That's the problem, is that you think that you being with a woman is not going to give you anything in return. Come on now.
Nice, clean, orderly conversation. Sally Richardson Whitfield is one of the best directors, one of the best actresses, and one of the most dominant women in Hollywood, but people don't give her her flowers because y'all keep.
Nope, just sex. You see how these men look at women? You see how these men are looking at women? Real men are here now. We don't do anything for nothing in return. And then I said, so women don't give you anything in return? Nope, just sex. Now, a man is going inside of a woman's womb, and this is a place for procreation. So actually, you shouldn't even be having sex with a woman beyond procreation. So if she's giving you sex, then that's something in return. Period. Because if you're not procreating with that woman and you're gratifying yourself with that woman, and half the time women don't even get gratified off of sex, they don't have the same, it takes way more to orgasm and everything. They're doing that to please you, sir. So even sex is something in return. The fuck are you talking about? This guy says, are black women loyal to black men? Yes, they are. What are you talking about? You know how long it took for women to even start dating outside of their race? And now you're seeing it in droves. But women, we're not doing that for the black women. We're not doing that for the longest. We just now started in the last, like probably like 5 years, doing like that in like large amounts. Meanwhile, black men were dating outside their race for the longest. But black women, you know, you can count on. Listen, I can count on my finger the black women I know that married to a white man. But it seems like that number is increasing now. Women should shut the fuck up. Okay, you should shut the fuck up, and you're about to get banned. Say something else stupid. Okay, it's not enough. How else is it supposed to be? Man, I'm gonna let y'all go and let me let this video play, because I mean y'all are in the chat tripping. Let's go.
Going, damn, she fine. I saw her in Posse. Be respectful. Be respectful. But no, in all seriousness, brother, I really appreciate you being here, because this is not an easy room to be in. So first of all, welcome.
This is easy for me to be in.
Not yet.
This is easy for me to be in, my brother.
I'm glad you feel that.
Sex is the bare minimum. Sex is what creates life, sir. That's what the problem is. You don't find any value in a person opening up their womb and their body to you because you probably had so much sex and jacking off watching porn. You don't even know that how valuable sex really is, that it keeps us alive. It keeps, like, I mean, the circle of life. I'm giving you sex, honey. No, it's not an equal exchange. Half the time, women don't even climax. If a woman's having sex with you 9 times out of 10, unless you are really like great at sex, and that means that you had so many partners that you figured out a woman's body and know how to please her. Like, women don't even have orgasm half the time. They're not even. They're just doing it because you want it. You know, please, let's be real. Let's go. This is turning into a whole nother conversation. Y'all getting them out. Come on, let me go.
I have so many questions. The first thing I want to ask you is, when you saw that particular clip of Funky Dineva contradicting himself after saying that black men are the cancer and the sissies, and his words, not mine, the sissies and the gay boys are not black women's problem, but he goes on to physically threaten, demean, and degrade a black broadcaster by calling her all types of raggedy bitches, and then saying that he is going to slap her when he sees her and then square up and fight her husband. Do you think that behavior in and of itself is cancerous? And if not, why not?
Absolutely. Hold up. First of all, let's take a pause here. Mm-hmm. And I want all of my brothers to get this. And Jeff, mm-hmm. I need you to redirect this room.
Okay.
Because I am not speaking on behalf of Funky Dineva. I'm not Funky Dineva's attorney. No. I'm not Funky Dineva's advocate. What Funky Dineva said about bringing harm to, I found it the irony of a person talking about how black males are the cancer of the community and accused us of having that cancerous behavior, and then actually displaying the very thing that is cancerous. Because I am certain not one of us in this room has ever threatened to slap a woman. That was absolutely crazy. So I don't know how we.
But plenty of black men do be slapping a women. What the hell? What are we talking about? Like, do I need to pull out the domestic violence shit in the black community? Now, you got 5 people that probably haven't done it. You know, maybe. If they did, they're not going to say it. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
To this space of me being the one that is now speaking for Funky Dineva.
Oh, let me be clear. I'm not asking you to speak for him. I'm asking so let me put it a different way.
Or even speaking on his behalf.
Not at all. First of all, you're your own man. Funky Dineva is his, her. I don't know his pronouns. His own person.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, do you have a daughter?
Absolutely.
I have 2. Okay. Yes. One is 26. Yep. The other one is 11.
Mine is 21.
Right. So you know what it is, navigating that space from being Superman to being the father who has to watch his daughter go through life.
No question.
Right. And how even at our level, very handcuffing that could be, because all the Hollywood, all the money, all that stuff cannot stop her from the hurts that the world has for her. Mm-hmm. Right. I am asking, as one brother to another who happens to be a father, when you saw that individual who gave you a clarion call that you responded to voluntarily say something that is reprehensibly diametrically opposed to what he said, because he said straight black men are cancerous, but he's delivering the very cancerous behavior that he accuses us of. I'm not asking you to speak for him. I'm asking you, as a father of an adult girl or adult woman, How did that make you feel? And how do you respond to that? Because I condemn those comments outright. That's not me speaking for Funky Diney, but that's me standing in the gap and making sure as a father, as a Black straight man who is not responsible for it, but now it's my duty to fix the thing that I did not break, which is standing up for a Black woman who is being threatened, and it's on some on-site type stuff. I'm asking you specifically, not as his representative, not as his lawyer, not as his attorney, but as a father looking objectively at someone threatening some other Black man's daughter with physical violence and calling her out of her name.
Am I in the right room?
Oh.
Jeff, am I in the right room?
The way I'm hearing this, the way I'm hearing the question.
Listen.
Sorry, go ahead.
My work as a Black man and an advocate for Black women and an advocate for Black people as a whole is you can look for decades.
It's not up for questioning.
Hold on.
It's not even up for dispute.
It's not even so to ask a question like that of me with a wife that you so generously highlighted in the beginning of the comment. That we've been together for 28 years.
Yes, sir.
I have a 21-year-old daughter, and anyone knows that in the defense of the women in my life, that somebody's back would absolutely be broken in half if they even thought about threatening a woman in my life. That kind of question, I take great offense to. Let me just say this.
Okay.
But to answer your question, I was more than offended by that comment. And absolutely, his behavior was beyond cancerous. And like I said earlier, I thought it was quite ironic that the person who started the question about straight Black men would then go on to do what he did. So emphatically, let everyone be clear about that. And I hope that the conversation gets redirected or repositioned, because I really don't understand why that question would even be posed based on what my stance has been about Black women and the Black community. I'm very confused by it.
It's not, I think there's a disconnect in the question in and of itself and how you're receiving it. So I apologize. Let me be clear. What I'm saying is, right, this individual, it's kind of like if somebody, like, I'll give you an example. When I was 561 pounds, I wasn't telling people, go work out. I went and did the work before I gave anybody any weight loss advice.
Bro, 561 pounds. God damn. I'm sorry. But we unlock. Come up. All right. So LKTH1 said they secretly hate women. They think they are better at it, don't they? All right. He says he's talking about Cat Williams at the Kevin Hart roast. Okay. Let's go.
If an individual gets on God's internet and says, hey, straight Black men are a problem, and then there is a clip of him being the very problem, and he's not straight, but he is a Black man, and the same way that you took it upon
right. So at one point, Funky Denise was saying Black men are the cancer. The next minute, you see a clip of him cussing out and threatening to slap a bitch. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, now he did that a little earlier. Like I think last year, or about 2 years ago. But they were able to show that he's being a hypocrite. That's what they're trying to show. Let's go.
And again, I'm not holding you responsible for what he said. Let me be clear. All I'm saying is I can divorce myself from somebody's negative comments, which are extremely harmful, poisonous, cancerous to straight Black men who are doing the work, who are standing in the gap. I can say Funky Dineva may have a point, but on this particular issue, I condemn it. That doesn't have anything to do with your countless decades of work, your dedication, your fatherhood, your manhood, your husbandry. Absolutely not. I'm saying on the record for people who have asked us en masse through our DMs, through our emails, through our private messages and our phone conversations, because they knew you were going to be here. Are you going to be as emphatic in your condemnation of those particular hurtful, cancerous comments as you were when you were reporting for duty? That's not even the crux of the conversation, but I want to get that out of the way so we can have the real conversation.
Wow. So Like so a gay black man telling straight black men that they are cancerous to the community becomes a debate between an actor and this guy who was 500 pounds at some point. And it's about like, well, you have to denounce first. He wants him to denounce what Funky Dineva has to say. But the bottom line is that why does he have to denounce that? You know? If he agrees with it, he agrees with it. That's it.
Let's also take into account for God's internet. Timing. These comments made by him are quite fresh. I didn't make my post with regard to what was said on the same day that he made his post. I often don't. There are often 1 or 2 days when something breaks before I actually post a response, a retort, a reaction. So I want everyone to be quite clear about what timing is. And again, I think it also speaks to what men do. A lot of people who lack manhood simply react.
Certainly.
Before they think and get clear about creating a response. And so when you hear a response from me, that usually means that I have great clarity about what that situation is before a response is posted, because I'm not a boy. Boys react. So we have to be very clear about what those things are and be clear about how we're supposed to maneuver ourselves on God's internet.
Yeah, I agree. I want to just a couple super chats, and then I'm going to give my thoughts in response to everybody, including you, Mr. Dondre. Perception is reality. At my high school campus, I teach it to old school brothers. Had to take a step back on some things. LGBTQ brothers, I feel, have more pull on the campus. Interesting. And he says, what's your thoughts on black men who have been mentors and teachers and are burnt out, feeling the hard work isn't paying off in the community? Man, that's definitely something I think we're going to touch on, because I've been there and I've kind of seen that as well. And then last but not least, appreciate all the others who've also given as well. And then Mr. Tristan Smith, agreeing with the Bent Risk Coalition is wild work. It's bad enough we get disingenuous hate from the real sisters, but now it's coming from the Sado sisters as well. We can't tolerate it. Man, I'm going to give you my thoughts. Because I actually, especially hearing you explain it more and watching that original clip that you put out in the response, and then seeing how you've been responding to Darwin and Dave so far, it makes sense to me. You're looking at it through a line of consistency, right? He does something wrong, you think that's cancerous. When we do something wrong, you think that it's cancerous. So in your work, yeah. So that helps me a lot. I think the issue was, for me, gynocentrism, for the audience and people that's watching, it's something that we discuss a lot about. A lot of even men don't know examples and the effects of gynocentrism until somebody points it out. And I think, what's the name? Funky Dineva. Yeah, Dineva's initial comment, his initial remark that black men are the cancer of the community. Straight black men are the cancer of the community. If you wanted to know potentially whether or not the reason why maybe many of us were so accepting of that statement, or just being like, that's fine, and whether or not that's coming from an objective place or maybe leaning more in a gynocentric mindset.
What the fuck is gynocentrism? Not I can hear matriarchal, but gynocentric. Who the fuck came up with gynocentric? If you don't get the hell up out of here, gynocentric. Now they're focusing on our vaginas and our gynocentric. What the hell?
Is if you took out straight black men and you left the sentence alone and you put in gay men, a lot of the same people that said that they were fine with the statement about straight black men being the cancer of the black community, if someone was to say out loud, black women are the cancer of the black community, if they said gay men are the cancer of the black community, do we know and fully understand that the reaction and response from the people that overwhelmingly was fine with it being said towards our direction would have had the opposite reaction and response?
Honey, be cheering. Yeah, they are. Exactly. Man, you right. Yeah. Exactly. Like but I don't agree with gynocentric. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Like,
the reason why is because they would have seen that as dehumanizing if it applied to gay men or women. So my question is, if we're going to be like consistent, I'm not upset with your response because I see the consistent statement, but I wanted to know your thoughts about me seeing it that way, because I think a lot of men on the other side probably saw it like I did and was like, hey man, if we use that same exact language and use the very groups that's pushing.
Oh, victim. If it was us and we said that if we said that to y'all, it wouldn't be the same. But you said it to us, victim. Why not just take accountability and say, okay, maybe he has a point. Like bump like the what? Okay, they're so focused on the word that black men are a cancer to the community, they're not addressing what he said that makes them a cancer. I don't hear anything discussing the point he made. Only the fact that he said that black men are a cancer. And that is shallow. Let's go.
This up the most. They're going to try to get people canceled, fired, call them a bigot, say that they're using dehumanizing language, get them deplatformed. Me saying out loud, like gay men are the cancer of the black community, that sounds insane to say out loud. But when we're in a gynocentric era where we're kind of looking at things primarily through a female lens, it makes sense to me.
Gynocentric, looking through things from a female lens. Shut the fuck up. We've always been a matriarchal society in the black community. The black community is primarily matriarchal. If you do any research, it has always been a matriarchal system in the black community. Even back down to the slavery and all that stuff. All of the paperwork about black community is that it is a very matriarchal society. And I forget, there was like some papers done back in the day that it talked about how matriarchal, and in order to be able to break this whole thing up, you got to break up the matriarchal aspect of the society and create a wedge between the matriarch and the community in the whole thing. But now we want to take it from matriarchal to gyno and turn it into like a goddamn a surgical thing, like you're like a doctoral gyno. What the fuck is gyno? Our pussy, a pussy-centered society? So it takes it away from being matriarchal to pussy. Gyno. You know what I'm saying? A gynocentric. See, these men are so, listen, he said it, and you see it right here in your own eyes. How that, well, if we were to say the same thing, it wouldn't be accepted the same in a gynocentric society, because that's what we're focused on. It's accepted. Man, if you don't get the hell out of here, he seemed like he gay too.
Well, I think a lot of people couldn't have seen that comparison and how much more damaging it would have been to say that about anybody other than us. What you think, brother?
Yeah, this is and here's the nuance of where we should really be looking at this. Mm-hmm. Because look, I am the leader of my house. Not because I tell people what to do, mm-hmm. because I show people what to do. That's what makes a leader. Mm-hmm. Leaders actually take on the responsibility of creating an umbrella of those who they look after, who they are in service to. There are things that my wife is incredibly capable of doing within the confines of our marriage and in our family. But there are certain things that she will react emotionally to that could get us into trouble from time to time. And I have to make sure that I am not acting out of my feelings, but examining the facts. And then making a decision that allows us to be able to traverse whatever it is that we have to navigate. That is the difference between the men, the women, and the children. So this conversation has to be looked at through the lens of, as men, what do we take responsibility for even when we haven't had a hand in breaking it? And are we going to respond in the same way that the women respond, that the children respond, even our brothers who happen to be gay respond?
Okay.
I think I can answer that question.
Yeah.
I think this is a good place to jump in. Good evening, Mr. DeAndre Whitfield. I can't say that I'm as familiar with your work as my colleagues. I came to know of your work through Queen Sugar. Watched several seasons of that. I am also familiar with your off-camera work. So this isn't the first time I've been aware of your presence. Funky Dineva's statements, very interesting, because on the one hand, the Black community wants to promote or foster a kind of new masculinity discussion. So we're talking about a gay Black man, very outspoken. I've noticed over the past few years, outspoken gay Black men in various guises inveighing on, for lack of a better, I mean, just be honest here, they're not really known as powerful political commentators or powerful sports commentators. Really what they discuss is Black love issues, and to put a finer point on it, straight Black love issues. They never talk about gay Black issues. They never talk about lesbian Black issues. They only talk about straight Black issues. Now that's interesting to me. Why only straight Black men? Why don't they talk about gay Black men? Gay Black men don't have issues and love issues. They don't. Well, as it turns out, I'm asking a rhetorical question. They don't. We know that when we look at gay marriage, lesbian marriage, straight marriage, that the least domestic violence, the least infidelity, the least divorce is actually among gay male couples. So it makes sense. I mean, you're not going to get much clicks and views talking about gay Black issues because, to be brutally frank, there's nothing to talk about. There's no drama. There's no fighting. There's none of this stuff. And if you talk about lesbian marriages that have the highest divorce rates, the highest infidelity rates, the highest domestic violence rates, you just might get canceled. You just might get canceled. So it's easy to talk about straight Black marriages, the down low, grifting off of Black women's fears about the down low. There are actually Black gay men who make their daily bread ginning up fears of Black women about down low Black men. That is some nasty work. So the fact that we're here right now, rolling off the lead of a Black man talking about other Black men being a cancer, while at the same time threatening with violence a Black woman. And
man, I just gotta just pull this out my ass right here. This is irritating. He just brought that little statistic up. First of all, 820,000 married same-sex couples in the U.S. All right, versus 60 million plus opposite sex married households. Now this is total. Now, I didn't look up, I didn't say how many Black, but I'm just trying to just give the overall number so that, because he's trying to bring up lesbian couples fighting each other and pretend come on now. There's way more heterosexual couples married than there are gay. And what are we so what? All right, you have a amount of people that are abusive, but there's more in the heterosexual community. And the heterosexual community is the ones that develop the kids, that create the kids. Two, a man and a woman come together, create children. If the man is beating on the wife, the children get to see it. They grow up with PTSD from watching their mom get whooped. So what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Lesbian couples are the biggest domestic violence, but they're not having children. They're not procreating. The fuck are you talking about, bro? I can't stand stupidity. But he's loud, and he think he got a point. Let's go.
And we're supposed to answer the call to that? Seriously? I represent an alternative Black masculine community too. It's called the Black Manosphere. And we brothers uphold ourselves to a code. In 5 years of operation, No domestic violence, no violence of any kind.
Based on what statistic?
And so I say to Mr. Funky Deneva and anyone else who
What
finds
is he
themselves
saying? Hold
in
on.
need with that.
He represents the black Obsidian says he represents the black manosphere, and there's been no domestic violence. Based on what? What based on what statistic? How can you measure that? You just said that. You just pulled it out your ass. Like I created the manosphere, and based on what my the manosphere, there's been no domestic violence. How do you know that? You're just saying shit.
Simply this. Why does he care so much about what goes on between black men and black women, given that he's a gay black man? And he needs to answer that question honestly. Why
because gay black men are birthed by black men and women. Black men and women have children that end up being gay. This guy's an idiot. The fuck are you talking about?
Matters so much. Why do these gay black men care so much about what straight black people are doing? Don't they have enough going on between them own selves? They need to answer that question honestly.
Honey, it took a man and a woman to give birth to him. And he might have seen something in his household that was toxic. They tell us that women are delusional, but these men are delusional as well. And then they make these arguments that don't make any goddamn sense. Like, bro, what? He need to worry about who fucking him in the ass. You know, that's pretty much what he's saying. Leave the black heterosexual couples alone to deal with their thing. But, you know, meanwhile, you could have a child that could be gay, sir. And he's watching you interact with his mother. You take him to the barbershop. He's listening to the barbershop men talk about cheating on their wives while you tote probably him around, whatever, to the barbershop. Then the mom takes him to the beauty salon and he get to hear the same thing on the other end, but the woman suffering from it. And he makes a post about it. But you're so focused on how can a gay man tell us that we're a cancer? These guys' little egos were so bruised. They made a panel about it. You should see how many panels are talking about this. Look up fucking the men, black men are a cancer, and you'll see so many fucking videos about this and panels with men crying. But what you gonna do about it though? Instead of like crying and like making up reasons why he's wrong for saying it, why don't you listen to what he said though?
Yeah,
I'll leave it there.
Yeah, and now that I've heard everybody have a little bit of different back and forth and my own thoughts listening to Mr. Whitfield, and now we can actually get into reacting and responding to things in general. Although I obviously disagree, and like I said, I do think that language does appear to be something that's uniquely acceptable for heterosexual men. I understand your argument that we're built to take that in a way that everybody else on the other side can. And I actually get and understand that for sure. I wanted to show before we touch on the next question I wanted to throw out to each of you guys about, which is how can black men actually step up to protect a lot of the community that kind of has this type of attitude where they feel like black men are untrustworthy. They don't want to listen, follow directions, receive feedback from black men about almost anything. How do you actually lead and protect people that don't want to be led and don't want to receive feedback? But what I wanted to show real quick, this was at my wedding, and this was actually my side of the wedding party. And two of the gentlemen in this picture alongside of me were actually gay friends of mine that I've had since I was over 20 years, since I was a freshman in high school, along with the ladies. So I'm obviously
why does he feel like he had to show that?
I could have guys, girls on my side. These are the people I've known almost my whole life. And like I said before, they're both openly out and open gay.
So this is him trying to prove that, that they're gay. So I'm not saying anything against the gay folks because I had gay people at my wedding. This is him trying to excuse himself before he says some old stupid shit. I just want to prepare y'all. Let's go.
So this was like a strange subject matter for me because I deal with a world of gay people where they can definitely understand a visceral, nasty, misandrous attitude that's kind of just out there towards straight Black men. And, you know, I'm like, I think we all can kind of sense and acknowledge that that's happening for Black women too. But I still think it's new territory when it comes to these questions about how do Black men lead? Why are they so far behind? Why are we the bottom of the rung as far in our community's eyes and the world's eyes? We're the bottom of the rung of a lot of things. I'm going to play this clip, and then I want us to answer that question. How can Black men actually protect women?
So if men don't like hoes, can somebody explain to me what's going on here? Her chart looks exactly like the same chart I'm seeing people pass around and Megan Thee Stallion one. Yeah, I don't see anybody going up to Travis Kelce, calling him a simp. I don't see nobody talking about Travis Kelce asking them, why did he propose to a ran-through woman? Ran-through cat is ran-through cat. When Taylor Swift got proposed to by Travis Kelce, why didn't white men go around making a graph like this of Taylor Swift? No other group of women gets disrespected by their own community on this scale the way Black women do, and y'all wonder why Black women act the way they act. So
Now notice she said ran through cat is ran through cat. She specified that because she knows that Taylor Swift does not behave like Meg Thee Stallion. She knows that Taylor Swift does not behave like Meg Thee Stallion. Presentation is everything. And so what Black women believe is that their presentation is good no matter how bad it is. So what Amber is saying is that get married. In other words, Black women should be able to get hoes because men want hoes. Now keep in mind, I'll say this again, Black men have asked Black women to fix their mouth and they said no. Black men have asked Black women to fix their attitude and they said no. Black men have asked Black women to stop wearing someone else's hair and they said no. But now Amber is saying, but because men, including Black men, want hoes, then we'll oblige that. We won't listen to nothing else, but we'll be hoes. Isn't that convenient? How convenient is that? How convenient is it for Black women to disregard everything a Black man says, but then when it comes to her believing that he wants a hoe, oh, they can do that. They can be hoes very well. I'm gonna say this again.
I want to know your thoughts about that, man, because I think that what Mr. Whitfield said earlier about we at men by default have to take responsibility for things that they're not responsible for. And typically we do that initially in our own households and then we extend that outside of our homes. But we're dealing with a group that's, I think, a little bit larger than a small percentage of women now, where...
Man, let me just say this. Taylor Swift has been ran through man, most of the people in Hollywood been ran through. That's the nature of the beast, okay? Hollywood, the music industry, all them hoes been ran through. They've been ran through. Every time you see a red carpet, you see people with different people. The shit break up after a year. They go to the next guy, the next guy, the next guy. White and Black, okay? Now, when Meg Thee Stallion, she's dating somebody, they got whatever the heck happened, whatever. They breaks up. She said he cheated. They makes a whole cartoon of a line and her bent over a couch and a whole line of niggas and with their names who fucked her. Now, when they had Taylor Swift and all the niggas she fucked, which is way more in the industry than Megan Thee Stallion, it was just some pictures. It didn't show her bent over a couch. So listen, there is a real thing of exploitation. Like Black men, whoever the hell made that meme, they don't respect the Black woman of Meg, but they wouldn't make no meme like that for Taylor Swift. They wouldn't make a meme of her bent over a couch and a train getting ran on her and showing the final boss of the husband that has roses in his hands and all this other crazy stuff. And he after all these, man, that is crazy that they did that. I couldn't imagine how this young woman felt to open up the social media the next day and see a picture like that. That is awful. I mean, I could only imagine, hell, I'm not no spring chicken that ain't fucking niggas. Could you imagine? I couldn't imagine someone making a cartoon of every nigga I've fucked in my lifetime. And then if I get married, my husband or whatever, or I was engaged to or whatever, maybe we broke up, and then show him at the end with roses in his hands. That's fucking terrible. But this guy with his cowboy hat on sat there and was like, you know, and they're trying to make it seem like, but listen, they will protect that white woman about her thing. Well, no, she does it in class. She a classy hoe. She was classy with it. She was a classy hoe. Man, a hoe is a hoe. A horse is a horse, of course, and so is a hoe. Like, ain't no classy damn hoe. You getting fucked, you're getting fucked. I mean, I've been through a hoe phase my damn self. I would hate for someone to make a meme of my shit. Goddamn, you know? But to sit there and try to like diminish the black woman because she might be a little more sexually forward about her sexuality and say that no, she deserves to be exploited with images that look like trash. Whoever made that, she deserves that. But Taylor Swift, she was classy with her fucking, you know what I'm saying, throughout the industry. Guy after guy, you know, making songs like, you know what, you know, husband was with a black chick, but multiple black different chicks. Made a song about that, you know, whatever, some racist shit. And here you got this cowboy hat wearing Negro that want to focus on how bad the black woman is. And then this guy's gonna play that video and ask them what they think about it. The fuck is going on, bro?
A lot of the things that the young lady said in that clip that he was and also what Mr. Black was saying as well. He's saying if you got a group of people out there, men or women, that's making it very clear we're gonna do what we want, F tradition. We're not thinking about the community. I want to do what I want, what makes me happy. Yes, the community overall suffers, but how do you lead and protect people with that mindset? This is open stop popcorn. Anybody can jump in.
I think to ask the question is to answer it, right?
What do you mean?
I don't think you have a responsibility to lead anybody who's not willing to look at you as their leader or listen to you. I wouldn't ever put myself.
It's none of your fucking business. And all of y'all, if Meg Thee Stallion came knocking at your door yesterday, y'all would fuck her. It's none of your fucking business, bro. Who Meg Thee Stallion fuck? Who Taylor Swift? Y'all would go either way. Taylor or Meg. Sitting up here acting like y'all are just so indignant about this situation. Oh my God. She's just, oh Lord. So how is this going to affect our community? Who Meg Thee Stallion fucks has nothing to do with the community. These are people in the entertainment industry. That's not the fucking community, bro. But people want to like talk about these stars as if they're like part of the community. They're not. She's a rapper. She's an entertainer. She's not in the community.
Or sacrifice myself to be a leader or protector of somebody who's going to move by their own beat of their drum and deviate and do whatever it is they want. There's an alarming rate of black women who are intentionally positioning themselves in society to be able to absolve themselves from being led by men. There's a thing called self-sustainability, careers, financial stability. All of those things are really packaged so that the women don't have to cooperate. So I think leadership and protection should only reach as far as those who are willing to get under a man's covering. And we've seen in many occasions where a man have attached himself to a woman and going out in public, and a woman begin to act belligerent and do whatever it is that you want to do and put the man in harm's way. Now this man got to go out and defend her and end up getting beat up or even shot. So it's really, really hard to protect somebody who doesn't cooperate with you.
Child, that happens in the white community too. I'm glad that the white dude came up. Why do niggas think that they're the only one that this happens to? Have you been to a white club with the white belligerent bitches? Drunk, kissing each other and acting a fool, throwing up. Y'all are these black men are so fucking. They are lying to themselves. They want the black woman to be so demonized, so bad. Look at their faces. They're just stoic in their hatred toward black women. They're finding everything. You know, Meg the Stallion. They done brought up all this shit. Rather than deal with what fucking Geneva said, this becomes a conversation about how black women are hoes, black women are drunk, black women are starting shit. They at no point have I heard them address what he said. What he said is that why y'all going upside these women's heads, slamming them on the ground? Why y'all beating on these women? What he said is I go into the barbershop and the guy's talking about whooping somebody's ass, and instead of the barber saying, you know what, that ain't right, maybe you should stop doing that, he's encouraging it. What he said is that when he goes to the barbershop and the man's talking about cheating on his woman, they like up there clapping and booty clapping for the whole thing. Like, yeah, go ahead, cheat on your woman. This is how you do it. You need to get this. They encouraging it, finding ways to help him get around the shit. Meanwhile, the HIV rates are climbing. But you want to talk about Meg the fucking Stallion, who is an entertainer, who's minding her goddamn own business. She just got out of a relationship. She was with the guy for 6 months. She said that he cheated on her. She was upset and hurt. She said she was feeding him and doing this. He introduced to the mom, and they want to demonize. They took a time machine all the way back to whenever she fucked XYZ and said, man, well, she's a hoe. You shouldn't have been doing this with this hoe. She been fucking these other niggas. Showed pictures and all this other crazy stuff. But ain't no conversation about the fact that he's a hoe too. All right. Niggas be hoes too. Niggas, listen, women can't get fucked by a bunch of different niggas if a bunch of different niggas ain't fucking. How do women get fucked by niggas if the niggas ain't fucking? The niggas are fucking too. How is it that, I mean, before it was that one guy that y'all like want to put on a pedestal, all these other rappers got word that this girl, whatever, they all talk to each other, because you know how men, they talk to each other, and they all fucked back to back the same chick. What's up with that? What's up with that behavior? That a nigga will know a girl's a hoe and jump in the train line. What's wrong with y'all men that y'all don't value your own penis enough not to jump on somebody that you know is a hoe? And all these niggas would go. If Meg the Stallion was in the room with them right now and wanted to suck all of them off, they would all fuck her. Period. Period. Without no mistake. Now, they might some do it like try to like be hiding about it, not be like try to pretend because of appearances, but they would all go. If Meg the Stallion was to come in that room with them right there and come into their room, and she could split herself up like it was a multiverse, they would all end this damn live and go fuck Meg the Stallion. And the same with Taylor Swift. Make no mistake. So as much as they trying to sit up here with these stoic ass looks on their face and pretend like they so goddamn serious, they all would go. They all going. Straight up. All of them.
I don't see any benefit in protecting or leading anyone who is unhinged. That's just my opinion, fundamentally.
Mr. Whitfield, hold on a second, Mr. Obsidian. Mr. Whitfield, can you jump in and let me know your thoughts now that we've heard like both those different viewpoints?
Yeah, I think it is, to the brother's point, it is extremely difficult to lead someone who does not want to be led. But that doesn't absolve us of being the leaders that we're called to be. Now, I said earlier that I am the leader of my house, and very seldom do I actually tell people what to.
Big mistake, leading someone. That's the problem you have. You don't lead another grown ass person. Like he said, he leads his house, but you're living in a household with another grown ass person about the same age as you, and you want to listen. I might let you take the lead on a certain thing, but you're not leading me anything. I am not. This is not. I don't even know. Like follow the leader, and that's where that Christian stuff goes. That religion come into play, where people think that the men should be leading something. No, at any given moment, I could be in the lead. You could be in the lead. We both could be in the lead at any given moment. Depending on what the subject matter is, you take the lead. But to think that you have to be the leader of the entire thing when you don't even know half the time where the hell you can't even see where you're going. The fuck are we talking about, bro?
Do. In particular, my wife. I don't say, hey, do this or do that. The quickest way for me to get my wife to behave in a certain way that I'd like her to, or to do certain things that I think that she should do, is for me to model what I want her to mirror.
Yes, you can.
And often we mistake leadership for telling people what to do. And quite often you can see it even when you're dealing with our children. Children don't just learn by listening, they learn more by looking. So this notion that we can't lead because people aren't listening to us, yes, it does make it difficult. Yes, it does make it more challenging, but it doesn't absolve us from being the leaders that we're being called to be simply because people are having a tough time listening.
Now lead yourself. When you are a good leader of yourself, then people, you don't have to lead over anybody else. People will see what you're doing and they will follow your lead. They will see what you're doing based on the example that you're giving. You understand what I'm saying? I had a guy, that he was a very clean guy. He was talking about, all he had to do was make a suggestion. You know what, man, this car, you should always keep your car clean. And all I had to do was to say that. And I was like, okay, you know what? And then after that, I cleaned my car. Now, was he leading me or was he just giving a suggestion? He didn't lead me to the car wash and lead me into the thing and tell me how to do this and tell me. No, he just made a suggestion. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Your mind might be more clear if you clean up this car. I know your daughters and everything in the back got all they like little crayons and stuff, but just clean it out. It might make you feel a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. And I took that into consideration and I listened and I said, you know what? You're right. Take my car. And I could tell him. He asked me one time, he's like, on the phone with somebody, arguing with them, and he's like, man, this person, da-da-da-da. And I just said, look, you know what? Hurt people. Man, you're right. I shouldn't be mad at her about it. And so that is how real relationships work. It's not about someone leading each other and leading this. I'm not leading you into anything. We offer each other advice along the way that helps us to get past the milestones we need to get to. But I don't need you to lead me to nothing. I know how to wash my car. Why are we pretending like we're dealing with a bunch of toddlers with each other when we are in relationships with like this person is like a toddler that needs to be led to and taken to school and dropped off and led and fed and get out of here. We need to realize relationships are not like we're not children. A grown ass person don't need you to lead them. You could offer suggestions and they can either take your suggestion or not. But you're not leading anything. You're not leading nothing.
Literally will learn more often by looking than they will listening.
Well, I got a little bit of pushback. I understand exactly what you're saying, but this called to be, I don't know exactly where that's coming from. I don't know if you're coming from a spiritual lane, a religious lane, but I do know when a woman has a boss and she's being led by him, we don't have all of these nuances. It's either you listen or you're going to get your ass.
Man, child, bullshit. Bosses don't sit there and lead you and don't listen. That's called micromanaging. Most bosses, they give you a task and they walk away. They don't micromanage you to it because that can interfere with the process and how you could actually solve the problem on your own. So he about to think he about to cook, and he ain't cooking shit but nothing but gravy, bro. Cook some steak, bro.
Fire. You know what I'm saying? There's a thing called consequences that we really can't even inflict. Not saying that we're supposed to be abusive, not saying we're supposed to be violent. I'm just saying there is no way to, if we have a woman under our covering, to be able to correct her if she decides that she don't want to cooperate.
Bunch of
and that's
Christian,
not like it's always justified.
I get so tired of the Christian church in our lives, man, because that Bible has us stupid as fuck, bro. All this is Christian rhetoric. And no offense to those Christians, but it all sounds the same. It's very cult-like talking. They all talk the same kind of rhetoric, which has nothing to do with how things happen in real life. You're not leading nobody anywhere. You're offering suggestions. You're working together. You guys are communicating with each other. That is how relationships work. It is communication. That's the bottom line. Communicating, and can you understand what I'm saying, and can I understand what you're saying, and can we reach a compromise on do you understand me enough to compromise with me enough to work together? But when you start thinking that you're trying to lead someone, tell somebody what to do, and you follow my lead, and this, that, the other. Now, like I said, there are moments where you might need to follow someone's lead. If I know how to cook and you don't, yes, follow my lead. Look, check this out. Do this, do that, do the other. But the church makes people think that as a man, they need to be pretty much dictator over everything. And if a man is really doing what he's supposed to do, he ain't gonna be home anyway. He's too busy working.
And I'm not saying the man is not abusive of his leadership. I'm just saying, fundamentally, there's no way to inflict any consequences. For example, let's do scenarios. Let's say that, and this is hypothetically, let's say my wife wants to go outside with a string up her ass and her cheeks hanging up below her shorts, saying, hey, look, I'm going out with the girls at 8 o'clock. And I say, you know what? I don't appreciate you dressing like that. I think you should go and change. I appreciate if you put on some more clothes to be more modest, because without me being around, I can't protect you from God knows who out there. And if she decides to say, hey, look, it's my body, it's my choice. I'm a woman. I'm a grown woman. I'm going anyways. What can a man do? I do remember my one of my older uncles, he just passed away, I think.
That's because you're not leading, you're just making a suggestion. Half the things y'all think that y'all are leading on, y'all just making suggestions, and either the person chooses to agree with it and follow it or not. Get away from this whole leader thing, you know? I'm leading, you know?
89. He said back in the days, they used to slap him upside the head. Not trying to encourage, but today there's no consequences. The only thing you can do, if you're able to put yourself in a position to be a provider, is perhaps maybe cut a credit card off or something like that. But you really ain't, there's nothing you can do. So I'm saying, like, I hear about the calling, but there's something in my mind that's telling me, look, some of that needs to be elaborated, substantiated, so I can get a better understanding, because right now it just sounds like a little BS. No disrespect to you.
It sounds like Mission Impossible if they don't want to work with you.
Well, first of all, what we have to also begin to truly understand is that this is one of the reasons why it is necessary for us to have information and instruction about how to be a man. And one of the things that we need information and instruction about is how to choose a woman. If we are choosing women that are, to your point, and I get it, I'm sure it's an extreme example, but if your woman is threatening to go out with a string up her behind and showing her cheeks, and you say, I need you to change, and I don't want you to go out like that, and she chooses to, that's not your woman. So this is one of the things that we have to, and the consequence is no longer being my woman, and subsequently no longer being under my covering. So two things can be true at the same time. One, I can model behavior that I want my woman to mirror, and if she is my woman, she will eventually do that. If she goes the route of doing something as drastic as the example that you're talking about, then she finds herself in the position of no longer being my woman and subsequently no longer being under my covering. So
So you're gonna divorce your wife because she wanted to wear a bikini or a thong or whatever? Really? Why would you like get on one knee, go through a whole ceremony, and then because she decided she wants to go out? Now I'm not saying this is right, but if she, I don't know, for whatever stupid ass reason she wants to go out with the string up her behind, which is stupid. I don't even know where he came up with this example from. I don't know no married woman that want to go out with a string up their behind. That's crazy. Like it's this whole imaginary scenario is dumb as fuck. Why they're talking about this? Can they talk about what fucking Deniva actually said? Somehow it always gets back to them centering women and bashing women and how women need to be controlled. It like so he, even though he made a very clear point, they're not discussing the point. They're discussing women and how they need to be controlled and let the man lead, and how they're gonna go out to the club with thongs up their ass. And like, sir, this, I don't even believe that this is a real scenario in your life. You're making up bullshit to make a statement that ain't even a real thing. I never know no married woman that would do that. So what are you fucking talking about? It's a lot. You're bullshitting.
So
you know what?
Can be true at the same time.
You know what? I believe you. And I also believe what you just exposed. I believe what you did was you just potentially exposed one of the first domino effects of how cancer can be developed. If that is the solution, because there is no other consequence legally, you can't touch them. If that is the solution, every time you hit a wall, when it comes to cooperation between a man and a woman, is to break up the family. Can't we connect the dots and see how over time that can cause families to break up, blended families, even kids to be raised without a father, and on down the line? We have to be able to do enough triage to be able to connect the dots and see how that solution that men have today is not viable. It's just not. I get it. She's not my woman.
It's
But if every time I
hard.
hit a wall with a woman when it comes to cooperation is I got to break up. Can't you see that a lot of guys in this position actually don't want to break up their family? They just want to correct that motherfucker.
Yeah, but we're talking about now we gotta put certain things in.
They didn't say dressed all sexy. They said wearing a string up her ass. Dressing sexy and wearing a string up your ass are two different things. That pretty much means ain't no dress. You're just wearing a thong up your ass and booty cheeks out. And why would a woman go out like that? That's crazy. I don't even think single women are out there. I mean, unless she's a stripper. And if you married a stripper type hoe that likes to wear that type of stuff, you can't be mad. When you met her, she had that on. That's another thing, is men want to change a person from what they met. Because if you're having an argument with your wife about wearing certain stuff, well, honey, was she wearing that when you met her? Because you can't be like, oh, now that we're married, okay, here's your little house on the prairie gown, with ruffles and bow ties and long dress to the ground. If you met the girl in the strip club with a thong up her ass, 9 out of 10 she gonna still want to dress the same way, because she's not a different person. Once you, like, marriage does not like morph a person into a new thing. It's the same bitch that you got married to. She was wearing a thong. She wants to wear the same thong. You're just married now. Like, y'all, you put a ring on the thong lady. But a woman that don't wear thongs is 9 times out of 10 not gonna wear thongs before she gets married, and she ain't gonna wear thongs after. So all these hypothetical stupid ass situations they're coming up with is bullshit just to have an argument. Let's go.
Categories. If you like sourdough and your woman likes rye, and you don't want rye in the house, and she brings and she brings that other bread in the house, that's obviously not reason enough to break up the family, right?
Thank you.
There's certain times where these are nuanced conversations.
Listen, a lot of these things should have been straightened out before you got married. Before you even get married, okay? If you met her in a thong, hey, you need to like start putting down, hey, listen, I know I met you with this thong on, can you like, blah, blah, blah. And then by the time y'all get married, she understands what you don't like or whatever, she gonna do it. But if you're married and she wants to put on a thong, that means she's been wearing a thong the whole time y'all been dating. And she don't feel like there's anything she need to change. So what the fuck are you talking about? Let's go.
Right? So every single time our woman doesn't agree with us or goes another way that we may not necessarily be feeling fond about is not reason enough to break up the family. And simply because she doesn't agree with everything that we suggest doesn't mean that it's reason enough for us to say, hey, you know what? I can't do this anymore. So now we have to really bring nuance into the conversation, right? Because everything doesn't fall under that category. And look, this is probably one of the bigger challenges that we face now. Yesteryear, our fathers, grandfathers were in a position where they were the ones bringing in the money in the house. Subsequently, a woman was defined by the kind of man that she chose. And she had to follow everything or every direction that he gave her because he was stabilizing the house financially with what he brought in. Now we're finding ourselves blending our family and blending the financial contribution because Black women are now the most educated demographic in the country. So it stands to reason that some of us may find ourselves in a position where our woman is out earning us. Okay, so how do we lead now when we are in this blended financial contribution?
I think it's deeper. I think, and I'm giving you, Dave. I think it's deeper than that. You hit the money that now they're able to absorb themselves from such. Okay, so they don't have to rely on us for survivability like they had to now because they're able to self-sustain. But I just call it just substituting us for a boss. Now that you got a boss, you have a boss now. So your boss pretty much absorbs you from full cooperation to the Black man. And I know that I don't think whenever we were allowing these laws to pass, and I'm not like anti-feminist and anti-equal rights for women, I don't think we thought it all the way through to where our woman would come up out of this situation and pretty much turn their ass to us and say, hey, look, I don't need a man. Because that's essentially what it leads to. I get it. It's really hard to get a woman's full cooperation when she has to contribute.
But see, this is why we have to start training our young males to understand what the interview process is with a potential partner, a potential woman.
Man, these people pretend like they white, bro. There was never a time where the woman wasn't working in the Black community. The woman always had a job. We was working in the fields. When it came out of the fields, we were maids. When it came out of the maids, we were, we always had jobs. What the fuck are you talking about? We were never just housewives. My grandma was a secure, what's they call crossing guard. My grandma. My grandpa was in the Navy. There was never a time where Black women was not working. Now, she probably didn't make as much money as the Black man. But you're talking about this imaginary boss. Well, instead of like the boss being you, now the boss is her. Well, honey, who was the boss when she was a maid in the cracker's house? Who was the boss when she was a slave in the cotton field? Who was the boss when she's working as a crossing guard? Or who's the boss when she's a nurse? Women have been nurses the whole time. Nurses and all type of teachers. And who's the boss then? Stop. These men are so insecure. It is fucking, I want to scream. Well, if she got a job, then now she got a boss. Honey, Black people always had jobs. Why are we having these imaginary conversations like we're living our lives like Caucasians where the women get to 100% be the house mom? That didn't exist in the Black community like that. We always worked. Black women didn't have the same women's suffrage that the white women did. We were a matriarchal society, matrilineal. This guy want to call it a gynocracy or some stupid ass shit. But I don't know. I think that these men are in a delusional world of what they really think of. Like I don't know. Maybe they didn't meet their grandparents. Does your grandma have a job? Yeah, I'm sure she did. Was she just in the house, work not doing nothing? No, she worked. Maybe because you met her at the end of her life where she was retired and being grandma, you didn't know that she had a job when she was married to your grandpa. But grandma worked. Grandma had jobs. Now, by the time she becomes grandma, she's retired. She don't have to work. She could be a homemaker and relax and be retired. Take care of that grandpa, until his dying day, right? But up until then, she had to work. Sorry. In black houses, that's how I went. Straight up.
What are your views on your financial contribution to our prospective household? And how do you view my leadership as it pertains to the leadership that you get from your boss? How do you see that? Because now this is a different dating and interview process.
Well, and I'm gonna let you have it, Dave. But
that's why our information and instruction is so necessary.
Yeah, I don't. I'm cut from a different cloth. My wife can't have a boss. She worked for me. I'm her only boss. And I'll just give you one fundamental example that you might be able to agree with. It's gonna be quick. Let's just say that my wife works, and we're at home and we're hanging out. We watching Netflix, chilling and stuff. And her boss calls her and says, "Hey, somebody had to call out sick. I need you to come in right now. It's an emergency." Is she gonna ask me, can she go? Or she gonna tell me, hey, my boss said I gotta go to work? She's probably gonna tell me that she gotta go and hey, look, I'll see you later. But if you flip it, and I said, you know what, baby, I want you to come home. I want to spend the rest of the day with you. I got some stuff to do. And I call her and I say, hey, look, come on home. Is she gonna ask her boss to go? Oh, can she leave? Or you get where I'm going. She's not gonna tell her boss, hey, look, I gotta go to my husband. She's gonna ask, can she go? So who does she submit to? She don't submit to me.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Are men that insecure? That's the most insecure shit I've ever heard in my life. That shit is so insecure. You want to have so much control over the woman that if she gets a job, you are questioning that, oh, okay, if she's a nurse and they say, listen, it's COVID, we need more nurses to come, because a lot of the jobs that women do are usually like some service industry, nurse, whatever. So if they're calling her, then she's probably needed because she's in some service industry type of a role, right? Probably a nurse, teacher, whatever, right? So she's sitting with you. She gets a call from a boss or from the hospital. It says, listen, we need some nurses on staff. It's getting hectic out here. So she says, hey, I'm on call. I gotta go to work. Now you're jealous of the fact that you're questioning, oh, okay, well, if I say I need you here with me to Netflix and chill and suck my dick or whatever it is, that can she just leave her job and do that? Can you, sir? If your wife said, I need some D right now, I need you to leave, are you gonna ask your boss to leave, or are you going to just leave to service your wife? And then so in both situations you're not in control, but you need the money for the household, don't you? But you're focused on the woman's role as your property, that she needs to be at your beck and call and not at anybody else's, even though 9 out of 10, the reason why women have jobs, unless like if he has a business and he's able to have his wife be a part of that, shouts out to him. But for the most part, most people work at Walmart, they're married, their wife work at Walmart, ain't got the money to be able to say, hey, listen, I got it. You could just stay at home. People are not being realistic. You know what I'm saying? People are talking from a unrealistic frame. And then a nigga will be working at fucking McDonald's watching this bullshit and think that they want to fucking tell. You got a ball, they both working at McDonald's and they watch this shit, listen to him. Like, see, you got two bosses. You need to quit your. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You have a very unique situation, sir. You're able to care for your wife and she don't have to work That's a very unique situation. Everybody ain't got that luxury. Most American homes, both parties have to work. Let's not be delusional here.
Well, if she wants
revenue to generate,
if she wants her check, if she wants her position, this
exactly.
is something that the two of you have talked about, then that answer is obvious.
Right.
I'm not sure.
That's why I'm saying that dynamic wouldn't work for me, because I don't want my wife submitting to another man.
That's stupid.
Would it be okay if she submitted
another man? It's a corporation. It's not a man. Most of these things are listen. He's so focused on it that it might be a man that calls her into work, but the corporation is a corporate structure. It is not male or female. If I work at XYZ hospital, that's not a man. It might be a manager that calls me into work, but he's saying boss, right? All that person is there is a person put in place to run the corporation. And it's the fiduciary responsibility of the corporation to do what's best for the corporation. Corporation is its own entity. It's not male or female. But he's so insecure, he don't want no other man telling his wife to come to work. That is insane. That is like the most crazy level of insecurity I have heard on podcasts in a long ass time. That's insecurity. That's that, and probably borderline narcissism. Like, what are you talking about?
to another woman?
Man, woman, regardless.
Man, let's go back here. Listen how crazy.
She's probably gonna tell me that she gotta go and hey, look, I'll see you later. But if you flip it,
look at this. Look at this.
Action is so necessary.
Yeah, I don't. I'm cut from a different cloth. My wife can't have a boss.
And he is so
She works for
proud.
me. I'm her only boss. And I'll just give you one fundamental example.
He is so fucking proud of this. He couldn't wait to tell this goddamn story. He couldn't wait, honey. No, I'm the boss. I am somebody. You know what I'm saying? I am somebody. My wife, I'm her boss. You know what I'm saying? She answers to me. She don't got nobody telling her, okay, well, shouts out to you, bro. But why is that like okay, shouts out that you was able to put your business up to a point where you can hire your wife inside the business. She don't have to work. That's beautiful. Everybody ain't got that option. But the whole like thing of like the whole the reason why though. The reason why is a little bit shaky. Like, really? That's a weird ass reason why. That's control issues.
Views on your financial contribution to our prospective household, and how do you view my leadership as it pertains to the leadership that you get from your boss? How do you see that? Because now this is a different dating and interview process.
Well, and I'm gonna let you have it, Dave, but
that's why our information and instruction is so necessary.
Yeah, I don't. I'm cut from a different cloth. My wife can't have a boss. She worked for me. I'm her only boss. And I'll just give you one fundamental example that you might be able to agree with. It's gonna be quick. Let's just say that my wife works, and we're at home and we're hanging out, we watching Netflix, chilling and stuff. And her boss calls her and say, "Hey, somebody had to call out sick. I need you to come in right now. It's an emergency." Is she gonna ask me, can she go? Or she gonna tell me, hey, my boss said I gotta go to work? She's probably gonna tell me that she gotta go and hey, look, I'll see you later. But if you flip it, and I said, you know what, baby, I want you to come home. I want to spend the rest of the day with you. You know, I got some stuff to do. And I call her and I say, hey, look, come on home. Is she gonna ask her boss to go? Oh, can she leave? Or you get where I'm going. She's not gonna tell her boss, hey, look, I gotta go to my husband. She's gonna ask, can she go? So who does she submit to? She don't submit to me.
Well, if she wants her check, if she wants her position, this is something that the two of you have talked about, then that answer is obvious.
Right.
I'm not sure.
That's why I'm saying that dynamic wouldn't work for me, because I don't want my wife submitting to another man.
That is
would it be okay if she submitted to another woman?
Man, woman, regardless.
You're consistent. You definitely consistent, Dave.
That's control, bro. I feel sorry for his wife. God damn. She can't even motherfucking go to a job. He like, no, you can't submit to nobody but me. I'm the last voice you hear at the end of the night to tell you what to do, get to work. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck, bro? She can't even have a job, bro, because she got to hear his voice. Honey, he gonna drive that woman insane. Like, I'm the boss. You submit to me and only me. Bro.
1 second. Dave, I'm gonna let Dave and then Amia go ahead come in.
Why is having a job submission? Why is it not just making money? Like, why is it submitted? Like, why is going to it? Oh, because he said, hey, can you come in? They don't tell you to come in. You normally ask you if you can, you know. And she says, well, if will she do the same thing for me and I do the same thing? Well, will you do the same thing? If she says, well, you're doing this on this panel, where she says, honey, can you come and rub my feet? Will you get up off this panel and say, listen, guys, I gotta go. My wife wants her feet rubbed. That's where it gets tricky at, right? You know what I'm saying? He gonna tell her, no, honey, you know, I gotta do this to make the money, so I can't rub your feet right now. So who is his boss? Who's your boss that you're submitting to? That you can't even do for you probably ain't gonna be able to stop what you're doing for your wife. You know what I'm saying? You see how stupid what he's saying sounds? Because if his wife came into the room right now and says, honey, you know, I just whatever. All right, give me a second. I gotta finish this live stream. I'm my own boss. I decide if I want to finish the live stream or not. But who is your boss? Are we your boss by watching you? That's pulling you in to do this live stream. Could you be with your wife doing something else?
Go ahead, Dave.
A couple of things. I just want, just for a point of clarity, for me, it's very important when we say things that we are basing those things in actual facts, not our feelings, not our interpretation, but the actual facts. Because what happens is we continue to perpetuate these myths because they sound good. It's like when people say this, oh, well, most black men are gay or in jail or gangbangers. That's a falsehood. Mm-hmm. Black women, by and large, are not the most educated group in America. They are the most enrolled group in America. They are also the group with the highest amount of student loan debt. But beside all of that, what I want to get to is understanding the
They love to say that. They're not the first to graduate, they're the first to enroll, and also the first with student loan debt. They want to always like try to diminish black women going to college, right? Well, if you enroll in the college, you have to so you're saying they enroll and they dropped out? I mean, do they enroll and go to college? Like, what do you mean if you enroll and do what? Why would I enroll into something? Like, you're saying they enrolled. So are you saying they enrolled and then like after that they de-enrolled, they dropped off? What the fuck are you talking about? They're the most enrolled in college. Wait, hold on. Let's go back to what he just said. This shit is stupid. They're the most enrolled in college, and then they got the highest student loan debt. That just means they didn't have the credit or didn't have enough money to pay for college out of pocket and didn't save up enough money. That don't mean, what the fuck are you talking? Like, what?
So who does she submit to? She don't submit to me.
Well,
if she wants
her check, if she wants her position,
exactly.
This is something that the two of you have talked about, then that answer is obvious.
Right.
I'm not sure.
That's why I'm saying that dynamic wouldn't work for me, because I don't want my wife submitting to another man.
Oh my God.
Would it be okay if she submitted to another woman?
Man, woman, regardless.
Mm-hmm. You're consistent. You definitely consistent, Dave. One second. I'm gonna let Dave and then Amia go ahead. Go ahead, Dave.
A couple of things. I just want, just for a point of clarity, for me, it's very important when we say things that we are basing those things in actual facts, not our feelings, not our interpretation, but the actual facts. Because what happens is we continue to perpetuate.
Man, this shit right here, what this nigga with this goddamn lampshade on his head is about to say is about to irritate the fuck out of me, because I swear to God, they always do this. And he had to. I have to make it just clear. And we have to like break things down with facts. And listen to this stupid. What he about to say? Watch this.
These myths because they sound good. It's like when people say this, oh, well, most black men are gay or in jail or gangbangers. That's a falsehood. Black women, by and large, are not the most educated group in America. They are the most enrolled group in America. They are also the group with the highest amount of student loan debt. But
black women are not the they say black women are the most educated people in America. Women in America. So that means that we have the most enrolled people in college. So if the majority of women are dropping out and getting married and not going to college, and we are enrolled, what do you say? Are you saying we enrolled in the college and dropped out of college, or are you saying we enrolled in the college and went to college? But see the thing, he just leave it at that. They're not the most educated, they're the most enrolled. So who enrolls and doesn't go to college? Like did they drop? I mean, so where's the rest of that sentence at? They're the most enrolled and then they drop out later on, or they're the most enrolled and went to college and then maybe left the freshman year, but they went to college. What is it? See how they want to try to diminish our accomplishments, but they also went into college though. They got it accepted. So if they enrolled, that means that they were educated enough to get accepted into college and enroll in the college, right?
Beside all of that, what I want to get to is understanding the importance of.
Yeah, they're also.
One second.
They're also the ones with the biggest
interpretation, but the actual facts. Because what happens is we continue to perpetuate these myths because they sound good. It's like when people say this, oh, well, most black men are gay or in jail or gangbangers. That's a falsehood. Black women, by and large, are not the most educated group in America. They are the most enrolled group in America. They are also the group with the highest amount of student loan debt. But beside all,
the fuck does student loan debt got to do with anything? You see how dumb, how these niggas like to move the goalposts here and there. They ain't got shit to do with nothing. They're not the most intelligent. They're the most enrolled in college. Well, isn't that like to be able to go to? Okay. They also have the most debt from going to college. That means they went to college, nigga. If they're the most enrolled and they have the most debt, that means they went to college, spent money on college, and now they're in debt from going to college. The fuck are you talking about, bro? They're the most enrolled. They enrolled, and then they incur debt from going to college, bro. So what all you did was prove that the black women go to college because they incurred debt from going to college, bro. And he thought he was cooking with that shit, bro. He thought he was cooking. Fuck, he didn't even need to come up on this panel and tell everybody to kiss his fucking gay ass. Because all they did was use Funky Geneva to start the panel, but now they centered on women and bashing women. These niggas don't like women. I believe that these men don't like women. Because anytime you can say some stupid shit like he just said, they're the most enrolled and they also have the biggest debt of student loans. How do you enroll into something, pay an owe student, and you didn't do anything? Like you wouldn't owe it if you didn't use it. How would I be the highest amount of student loans if I didn't go to college and use the student loan? So they enrolled, they went to school, incurred a debt, and now they owe the debt. So whether they went for 1 year, 2 years, or 4 years, they are more highly educated. That's why they have the highest amount of debt. Because they done went to goddamn college and either they passed and failed, probably can't get a job after that shit to say they goddamn lives. They might have had some degrees that probably, whatever the hell they went in school for, But what is it? Man, these men are jealous, bro. They're jealous. Because he couldn't wait to come. Man, this whole time they've been having this conversation, he was up there with that goddamn white thing on his head, shivering, waiting to come with that goddamn bullshit ass statistic. He couldn't wait man, when they get done talking, I'm gonna bring up the whole fact about the student. Look, cause they, I'm gonna break it down like this because they incorrect. I'm gonna correct them on that. Couldn't wait to say something. And it's a bunch of bullshit what he just said. It's a bunch of bull fucking shit, bro.
That. What I want to get to is understanding the importance of leadership. Dondre leads his house, Darwin leads his house, Jeff leads his house, I lead my house, and our wives, I know, submit to that leadership. Unfortunately for us, right here, statistically speaking, as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus the community that we have to, your words, not mine, step up to fix that we did not break. When it comes to the majority of the community and the majority of our women remain unmarried, the majority of our women, especially when you start to get to the ages of 26 to 54, are single mothers. How do you propose we leave that group outside the marital confines? Because like you said, you got thousands of bonus sons. How do we fix the community that statistically since 1965 has run from a matriarchal perspective, basically making our leadership obsolete? How does that exactly work?
How do we lead?
Hold on, let me go back. What the fuck is he talking about, bro? This guy with his stupid ass thing on his head is gonna piss me off. Let's go.
Ages of 26 to 54. Interpretation, but the actual facts, because what happens is we continue to perpetuate these myths because they sound good. It's like when people say this, oh well, most black men are gay or in jail or gangbangers. That's a falsehood. Black women by and large are not the most educated group in America. They are the most enrolled group in America. They are also the group with the highest amount of student loan debt. But beside all of that, what I want to get
all that
is understanding the importance of leadership.
He thought he could.
Dondre leads his house, Darwin leads his house, Jeff leads his house, I lead my house, and our wives, I know, submit to that leadership. Unfortunately for us, right here, statistically speaking, as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus the community that we have to, your words, not mine, step up to fix that we did not break. When it comes to the majority of the community and the majority of our women remain unmarried, the majority of our women, especially when you start to get to the ages of 26 to 54, are single mothers. How do you propose we leave that group outside the marital confines? Because like you said, you got thousands of bonus sons. How do we fix the community that statistically since 1965 has run from a matriarchal perspective, basically making our leadership obsolete? How does that exactly work?
What the hell kind of word
How do we lead?
ass question was that? Like, what the fuck? What is the question? How, man, bro, like what? You're 25 to 55 or whatever, and then without our leadership, and how do we like what are you talking? Like, what is he saying? What was the question, bro? Am I the only one that's like, what? Honey, what they gonna be like? What? Look, let's see how see how his eyebrows are up like this. Like, what? He gonna try, he gotta clarify what the fuck are you talking about, sir, with the crazy looking hat on with your head?
Single women in our community?
How do we lead? If the majority of our community, when we're talking about protecting our women from a leadership perspective, and they
man, he didn't listen. His question was so crazy. He got to reiterate it. He's just saying shit, just word salad, just black blue, just rambling. And I think he's really coming up with the question as he goes. That's why it didn't make any goddamn sense. He wanted to make his point about the black woman ain't got no education. She just got student loan debt. And then he tried to make a question as he went. And that's why the shit didn't make any sense. I can guarantee, I swear to God, if you go back and listen to what he said, he didn't have a question. He just made it up. And now he's going to try to clarify it because he knows that he just word salad the fucking question together. Man, these people are crazy. Man, listen. Man.
Are not Sally Richardson Whitfield, Janae Anderson, so on and so forth. How do we lead women that do not submit to our brass ring? Because you said it's our responsibility as men to fix the community. The biggest leader in our community for the past 6 decades have been black women. The majority of black women between the ages of 26 and 54 are single mothers whether they have degrees or not, and they tend to fall under what the CIA proposed when it came to feminism. Gloria Steinem, all this has been documented, have created the whole, you don't need a man. You are a woman first, then you're black. How do we then, after 6 decades of indoctrination that we did not create, but we now have to fix, how do we fix that if we're not married to all these women? We're not polygamist. And so I'm trying to understand how you see it, because you've taken on the mantle, and I'm very proud of you for this. I'm trying to figure out how I can assist you in this to fix that part of the community that is not our wives.
Stop fucking all them damn bitches. You know what I'm saying? How they get babies? How they become single parents without dick and cum and sperm? If men ain't fucking women, then how they getting pregnant? You asking him what should be done? He's married. You're married. All y'all are married. You asking each other, like we're asking you're asking a fucking question that like you I mean, what are you talking about, bro? Get the men to stay with their women. Encourage men more marriage. Have more panels talking positively about marriage rather than downing women all the time.
Well, unfortunately, there are certain things that we can't fix but can address. The thing that I'm addressing is the child, because the child is impressionable. So when they see bonus uncle come along and I give them the kind of leadership that they
and women and men need to close their damn dicks. It ain't always on the women, all 100%. It's men and women. It's a two-way street. The dick goes in the pussy. All right? So men don't have to push it in, and women don't got to open it up and receive it. Listen, everybody want to make it about women need to do this. Everything is always on the woman. But you the leader, right? I thought you was a leader. You the leader. If you're the leader, you should lead your dick somewhere else. Go jack off somewhere. The leader should be doing that. The leader of the male leader need to stop fucking. And then guess what? You know, the birth rate will go down. And maybe humans will cease to exist and we'll all be better off. I don't know. But I just get so fucking tired of hearing this shit about single parenthood and single mothers. The damn birth rate is just declining, and we're up there like there's too many single mothers.
By the way, all children are begging for it.
Certainly.
They're begging for it because many of our children are being neglected on many different levels.
By the way, only 17%
single
single
women.
Only 17% single mothers. So the black community. So they're like trying to solve for a problem that is not really as big of a problem as they really think it is.
Particular hole, right? So we have to come and we have to fill that. So if that child sees, I'll give you a perfect example. It's a brother friend of mine who passed away a few years ago. Left behind 2 daughters. Every week, I just showed up. Now, my intention was to be a bonus father to these young ladies, but I certainly couldn't tell them that. They wouldn't even receive that because they're still grieving over the loss of their father.
Exactly.
But my intention was to be a bonus father. All I did every single week was show up just to take out the garbage cans. To put them on the street.
Exactly, Kevin Fort Worth.
Next day, show up, just bring in the garbage cans. Didn't say anything to anybody. All those 2 young ladies saw was a bonus father showing up every week to cover them in this small but gigantically significant way. What began to happen after a couple of months was they began to reach out to me, seeking my cover, seeking my advice, seeking my direction. And now we have the kind of relationship that just 2 weeks ago, there was a father and daughter dance that one asked me to be a part of. That is how we fill in the gaps. That's how we address certain situations that need our fixing. So when I said, hey, if I would have gone up and I would have said, hey, listen, you need to have a bonus father. That never would have worked. All I did was show up every single week, just show up. And then eventually they began to say, hey, I know exactly what I need. I need this. And so now what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to actually ask for what I see I clearly need.
Okay. And I love that. I do. What I'm trying to get at is, right? So you've been in this industry as long, if not longer than I have, right? You know who controls what. You know who the gatekeepers are. You know who runs absolutely everything. You know who controls our image. And it usually is not us. The last guy who tried to control our image, well, we know what happened to him. What I'm trying to get at is if we cannot control our messaging in the media because we don't own any of the messaging in the media, if we can not, beyond being a...
I'm not hating on guys. I'm just trying to take up for the women. Because these men want to sit up here and make it all about the women's fault all the time. And then they're trying to pretend like they're really trying to solve for a solution, but really they're like dissing women at the same time, and it's bullshit.
Bonus father, which again I admire you for, but if the majority of the people who are currently in charge of a broken community happen to be this group of women who are unmarried, degreed, and have children, and feel as though they are empowered regardless of whether we exist or not, how do we then, if we're reporting for duty, fix that part of the community, the children notwithstanding? Because there are people every Sunday who find themselves having hedonistic ways and then going to church, hearing a sermon, hearing the call of God, and giving their lives over, because adults can change at any given time. How do we show up to help our community leaders who are not us, who tend to have ovaries and breasts, change so that we fix the community that we all agree has been broken and irreparably harmed to such a point where we don't know what to do? I'm asking, how do we report to duty when it comes to our women?
Why do we have to report to our women in order to report for duty?
I'm not saying report to, what I'm saying is how do we fix the leadership when it comes to our society? If our society, for example, if the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is Bozo the Clown, and Bozo the Clown gets Krusty the Clown, Ronald McDonald, and Wendy from Wendy's, and they're running our military, and everybody who comes into the military also puts on clown makeup, big floppy shoes, and then we go to war, and the people we're going to war against are so busy laughing at us because we're clowns. Wouldn't it require some type of regime change? Isn't there a solution to address the clown behavior in our community?
So are they trying to say that the women are clowns? You understand the type of bullshit ass rhetoric that he's saying here? You're saying stop hating on guys. He pretty much associated women with being Bozo the Clown, running the regime. And everybody's laughing at us because they see us dressed up as clowns or some shit like that. Whatever the fuck stupid ass shit that he's saying. Well, you know what? Shouldn't have left the fucking circus to the clowns. When all the all the acrobats left and the lion tamers left, and the only thing that was left in the circus was the clowns. You can't get mad at these clowns. when everybody else leave and it's left, the clowns left, female women left, and you want us to be clowns and say, oh, okay, well, only a woman can teach a man, can't teach a fucking clown to be an acrobat. A clown can't teach a clown to be an acrobat. A woman can't teach a man to be a man. Man, the whole thing, like, I don't know what the fuck. I'm still confused. Like, I don't know where is he? What is he getting at?
When we need to be able to step up, how do we fix something that we did not break? Given though I'm trying to operate in your parameters when it comes to that. If the majority of the people who have been in charge for the past 60 years are women, in a documented matriarchy, if the majority of the households are single mom households.
Honey, it's been a matriarchy for hundreds of years, not 60, baby. Our whole society, even back to Africa, listen, since Africa and even in ancient times, was a matriarchal society. It's always been matriarchal, not just in the. They want to only make it about when welfare kicked in. No, sir, the Black community has been matriarchal since its inception, and now you want to hold on to white ideals. You want to be like the cracker. That's what the issue is.
Households, if the mentality has been from a marketing, a media, and a messaging standpoint that you don't need a man. I mean, we could go all the way back to no romance without finance. I don't want no scrubs, so on and so forth. There's been a much documented media campaign against the stability and the sustainability of black men, even in sitcoms with very few exceptions, and you and I can both name them, where the straight black man is a mumbling, bumbling buffoon who has absolutely no power and does not control his balls in the house. If that is the permeating message that has been going on for 6+ decades, how do we fix a community that we all here agree is broken when it comes to us stepping up as leadership and reporting for duty?
So what's interesting about this, when you mentioned the sitcoms and the family situation, I actually addressed this when Jeff and I originally had our discussion, and I was the one who said, you can't name one where the black man isn't being fixed by his woman, his children, or his parents or in-laws. What we have to start doing is we have to, hey, listen, if the women are doing their thing on that side, we don't need to actually work with that side in order for us to be able to lead. What we can do is exactly what we're doing right now. We've assembled men, just like we're assembled right now. We assemble, and then we go out and we get the children, and then we function and operate the way we need to. That in and of itself is leadership, because what we're doing now is we're modeling what we want the rest of our community to mirror.
Yeah.
So we don't see what he want him to say is we need to like go out and get like a damn billy club and slap it over top of the woman's head and make her comply. We need to whoop these bitches' asses and make them follow our lead. We're the leaders. Because what else is the other solution? I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, how do you solve for women that are grown as fuck, raising their children, raising their household, feeding their kids every day, working every day, and you want to come into that and do what? If you're not going to contribute something that's more than what she's doing, then what the fuck point? What are you doing, bro? You're wasting my goddamn time. Can't no man come into my household and tell me what to do if he ain't got like being able to like give more than what I'm already doing. Sorry. Oh, you're a clown and you're raising a bunch of circus. Okay, well, guess what? You know, it is what it is, bro. Well, you need to take some leadership from a man. Okay, well, be a man and show me something worth me following, and I'll follow. But I'm not going to just follow blindly because you say you're a man. They want to be able to say, they want to come with their dick and balls thrown on the table and say, I'm a man. Follow me. Without nothing worth following. Like, and then he's confused. Like, he's trying to ask him, so how do we like go into the community where you got all these women that's got these families, they got houses, they got like the jobs. How do we go into that community and actually make a difference? Y'all talk amongst yourselves and you figure it out. You know what I'm saying? But also y'all need to have a panel with some females up here that can like tell y'all like, nigga, I'm not fixing to let you come into my household trying to tell me what to do and you ain't contribute nothing. And they get mad about the contribution aspect of it. Well, come on now, bro. Listen. Enough of that. Stop being a punk, a little bitch, bro. Go out there and get it. Come back with it, bro. Straight up.
We don't actually need to tell them anything. We don't actually need to have them go, hey, listen, I need you guys to go lockstep in what we're doing. No, what we need to do is we need to assemble ourselves. What we need to do is to make sure that we are in lockstep. Because when we are in lockstep, like as I said at the beginning of this, was our community is dehydrated. And we are dehydrated with the kind of manhood that takes that kind of leadership that allows.
All right, so we know I'm fat. So everybody, I'm fat. I'm overweight. Okay, next. The fuck does that got to do with anything? And you're blocked, okay? You're blocked. You ain't got shit to contribute to nothing. You can hear the weight in the voice. No, you're hearing, I have a cold. I've been coughing the whole time. So, do we need a split country in America? Black men were trained by white men. Yes. Yeah, you can join the panel. The link should be at the top. It should be at the top. Just don't be a troll. All right. It's a very skewed outlook. I mean, this guy's asking, we pose a lead. So how we pose a lead? What are you talking about, bro? They damn near want to bring us back into the Stone Age and grab like a fucking billy club and knock us over the head and drag us into the cave somewhere. That's what this shit sounds like to me. How are we supposed to do it?
Our young males to, in a healthy way, with information and instruction, to matriculate into manhood. And by the way, our young ladies need to be able to see that, because once they see that, once they feel that, once they get under the covering of what manhood is, they will then be able to choose men to partner with. Because why? Because they see that, they feel that, they understand exactly what manhood is, because they've been under the covering of it. But if the only thing that they see, if the only thing that they feel or get impacted by are the males that have that kind of disastrous behavior that hurts, that harms them, that's what their representation of what manhood looks like. And so subsequently, that's actually what they begin to choose. That's actually what they begin to procreate with, because they think that that's what manhood is.
You know, what's interesting about all this, and I've dealt with Funky Denver earlier, so we'll put him to one side, and I would deal with your statements, Mr. Dondre Whitfield. 10 years ago, I had no idea what I was doing on YouTube. I did a podcast called Why I Refuse to Be the Cleanup Man. And it unwittingly went viral. It was my very first time going viral. I got over 100,000 views, kind of put me on the map as a major voice. But to this day, I get black men talking to me all the time, you know, yeah, man, that podcast you did, man, that really said something to me. And what it was about was, let's just get right to this. Many black women have a singular talent for choosing the worst types of black men, not only to have sex with, that's one thing, but then to bring on the next generation of black Americans. Things invariably go bad, as we've heard of the numerous events of last month. And then all of a sudden the call goes out for other black men to come and clean up the mess and pick up the pieces. Now, going to your point about reporting for duty, what makes our country great and what we learned coming out of Vietnam is that we have a stronger military when it's voluntary, not a draft. I'm down for service when I choose it, not when it's imposed on me. Okay? I'm down to sign up and serve when the cause is right, when I feel compelled in my soul to sign up, but not when it's imposed from top down in a draconian net to serve those who would mock me, to serve those who wouldn't piss on me, to put me out if I was on fire. No. I hold myself up to a standard. I ain't got baby mamas running around. I never beat a woman. I've never been mistreating a woman. Been with my lady for 17 years. She ain't seen a bill in 17 years. Not one. Never cheated on her. Never beat her. Never mistreated her. I refuse to extend my gentlemanly courtesy, protection, empathy, care, expertise, protection to those who wouldn't put me out on fire, wouldn't piss on me to put me out if I was on fire and actively mock me. No, I'm not doing it. I reserve it for ladies, key word there, ladies, not feral females twerking at Kamala's presidential campaign event. I reserve the best of me for women who have proven themselves worthy of it. And I get to make that call.
First of all, half these niggas is bald, right? So that means they're all in their like 40s, late 40s, about to be 50. You shouldn't be looking at a Meg Thee Stallion twerking. She is in her 20s. So that wouldn't even be that's not even your girl. That's not even your. See, these men, these older men are mad because they're looking at the younger woman and how they are. And they're not like how we are. And they really want the younger woman to be like to have the mentality of the older women but have the younger bodies. Why are you looking at a Meg Thee Stallion twerking? That's not even for you, bro. You're like 50 years old, bro. You're married. Shut the fuck up. Stop looking at little young girls twerking on anything. And talking about how you wouldn't want that woman. Yeah, you shouldn't want her. She's too young for you. She's in her 20s, bro. You're 50. You're bald. So, like, he's loud with this, proclaiming about this. I wouldn't want. She's too young for you anyway. She's not. That's not for you. She's not twerking for your old ass. She probably trying to get somebody her age. See, a lot of these men be having conversations as if they're still in their 20s and you're in your 50s and late 40s and talking about women that are way younger than you are. This is almost like back when people were doing the fucking twist and shit, you know, the demonic rock and roll, doing the twist, twerking, you know. I'm outraged, you know. And it's like we became the old people, old geezers. Look at those young people with that devil music doing the twist, listening to rock and roll.
I get to decide who is worthy and who is not. Who will go on a date and who does not. Who will become a wife and who does not. Who gets to get their groceries taken out the car and who does not. I refuse. If this was a draft, I would be Muhammad Ali because I would burn my draft card, sir.
Shit. Damn, Amir, you coming at it like that?
That's where it is. I have no problem with every black man has a right to determine what he will do with his life. I will never knock a brother if he chooses to do what Mr. DeAndre Whitfield is suggesting. That's his choice. But that's the key word, choice.
Look,
not draconian drafts.
Real quick, I want to hear D'Andre's reaction to that because I actually understand it from both sides and it makes sense. If we don't have men that think like DeAndre and actually do things beyond their own households, nothing ever will improve. But if we don't have more men that think like Obsidian and Dave and Darwin to a degree, I could see a scenario where men are getting abused, taken advantage of, doing things, overextending themselves for people who don't appreciate it, don't want it. And the image that I cannot get out of my head right now is outside of what we're doing now, which men and women can watch and, you know, they can join the groups and different things that we all have set up for people.
I'm glad somebody in the chat finally fucking said it. They're so busy trying to figure out how they can control these grown ass people that's in their 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s, whatever, single parents twerking and whatever the hell they're doing. In reality, they're not going to be able to do shit with them. You know where it starts? Your daughters. Be in your daughter's life. Teach them the right way. You can't do shit with these adults. Most adults, by the time they were 6, they already were who they were going to be. Whatever household they was in was probably hood as fuck with twerking. My daughter don't know how to twerk. She's 8 years old. She don't even know how to move her body in a sexual way. If I were to see it, it would be a problem. She don't gyrate her body in a snake-like format. She don't do none of that. If I were to see it, it would be a problem. My daughter did not grow up watching stuff, you know, twerking. When my daughter hears cursing, she changes the channel on the radio. When the song is a certain way, she changes it. I don't have to change it. She changes it. If she sees someone talking wild on a song, she changes the song. Okay? And that's just because she learned from me. I don't listen to that. And I led by example. I didn't have to tell her what it was. She seen me change the channel. She seen when I heard certain things, I said, man, that's, oh my God, you know, what are, and so therefore then she sees me as a mother not listening to certain things, and she therefore, right? These guys are all married. I'm sure they have little girls. You want to know how to fix the next community? You do it within your own household. You can't do shit with these grown ass women if they want to twerk. You can't take nobody's household in and try to change nobody that don't want to be changed. So let's not have a futile conversation. You change it within your own offspring. That's how you affect the next generation, and you make a change. Straight up. So all this conversation about how we're gonna do something with the community is you're gonna have some people that's gonna make it and some people that ain't. Some kids, keep your kids away from those parents that ain't teaching their kids the same values that your kids are learning. Straight up. Period.
I can't get the image out of my head of when I found out about Kevin Samuels dying and seeing how these ladies move. Some, not all ladies, obviously, but a lot of women laughing and joking. Famous women too. And then also seeing whenever a black man gets accused of something, it's the instant assumption of guilt when it comes to us from our very own women, because they do the whole sisterhood thing and the Me Too movement. And I'm like, when you got people that don't know you and you don't have a relationship with, saying things online or maybe in your face about seeing you like cancer, believing the woman, in a situation that they don't have any information about, or even laughing or mocking your death in the case if they don't like your messaging of how you talk about these type of topics in Kevin Samuels situation. I understand why I don't think men are being cowards for reevaluating where to extend that leadership to. Dondre, tell me if I'm off.
Ain't nobody asking for your leadership, sir. The ones that want it will come and get it. You don't have to force it upon them. So these men want to they want to run out into the community and just, like I said, if they had billy clubs, they would just be knocking bitches upside their head. Like, you need to be led, bitch. Bring your kids over here so I can teach them, whatever. The whole thing is just barbaric, right? Their mindset. If they could, they would bring us back into the 1920s, or even a time that didn't even exist, whatever, in the black community, where women so-called were led by men and just, didn't work. That's a made-up imaginary story, They're able to do this now because of the things that our ancestors did to make that possible, including the women. Even probably their own grandparents that sacrificed to where they have an education enough or enough knowledge enough to be able to make their wives not have to work. Probably by design, right? But now people have forgotten, and they look down on the matrilineal societies that existed, and now they want to be Caucasian, patriarchal. They want to take on this patriarchal bullshit. The man is the leader. Well, honey, all I'm seeing when men lead is war. Let's go.
Brother Mumia, first, I didn't want to interrupt him, but 2 syllables. Dondre.
Dondre, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
My bad.
No worries. And look, the truth of the matter is everyone has the right to choose how they show up and if they show up. If my brother if my brother chooses not to show up, then that's on him. As the man that I am, I'm thinking about my grandmother, may she rest in peace. I'm thinking about my father, may he rest in peace. My father didn't have a man, his father, in his life to teach him how to be a man. And so subsequently, he didn't show up as one and couldn't give me the information and instruction about how to matriculate into manhood myself.
Mm-hmm.
My father would have become a great man had he had that information and instruction. My father would have become a great man had he had someone like me.
Watch they find some way to turn this around and make this about the woman
in his life to help give him that information and instruction. So as far as I'm concerned, men show up to resuscitate and restore our community no matter what. Because as far as I'm concerned, above and beyond everything, that is my divine assignment. Now look, I am not here to get anyone to come outside their own individual lane. Everybody ain't built for this. Everybody ain't built for this. I'm gonna say it one more time. Everybody ain't built for this. If you choose to stay home and not participate, I salute you. This is how I'm built. And the brothers that I know that I'm in lockstep with, that's how we're built. So if you choose not to do that, by all means, do what you need to do. But there are going to be men that show up in order to do what is necessary to help resuscitate and restore our community. And if that's a bad thing, then that's a bad thing as far as you perceive it. But remember, perception is not reality.
Somebody said God punished Adam for being a simp. No more needs to be said. This is a very much red pill. These are red pillars because, and then they're over the top with it. Like, oh my God.
Hey, Dondre, first of all, I want to give you flowers on being a man to step up to actually try to do something, try to make a change. I'm 100% with it. And I think your perspective is based off of what you see the problem is. And maybe, you know what I'm saying, you pushing your energy and inserting yourself into the situation to fix it. You know, that's great. But I do recall you saying we as men need to get ourselves together. You need to fix ourselves. Square said, we don't have to collaborate. We don't have to go over there. We don't have to worry about what they're doing. Just like you said, we can come together like this. We can get ourselves together and get the ball rolling. But I think where I kind of lost it, and maybe you can kind of reconnect it for me, is you stated when we do that, you know, at some point the women, you know, they'll get in line. You know, at some point it'll have an impact on their discernment, because then they'll know what type of man to get covering from. I wholeheartly
you gotta teach your kids that. That's from you teaching your kids.
Based off of my own expertise, you probably don't know me. Most definitely don't. I had a small channel, but over a course of maybe 1,000, maybe 1,500 hours of working and consultations and stuff, I discovered that the women, specifically Black women in this case, are targeting a fraction of men, and they're ignoring a great deal of men who would actually be suitable for the relationships. So if I told you that if we got more,
listen, are the women targeting the men, or are the men that are very outgoing and talkative and more out there getting the women because they're going out and getting the women because they're used to hunting? If you have a more like a hunter-gatherer type of man that knows how to go out there and be charismatic and get the women, it's not that the women are hunting these type of men, it's the men that are hunting them. It's a certain type of charismatic man that knows how to approach a woman, knows how to talk to her, knows her body, knows all that stuff, and knows how to charm a woman. You can't be talking about like these awkward ass men that don't even know how to talk to women and be like, oh, they're choosing these certain times. Well, maybe you need to like give some classes to the awkward ass men that don't even know how to talk to a woman, but got something to offer. And they gotta go to like to fucking Brazil because they don't even know how to approach a woman. Maybe that's what you need to do. But you can't get mad at the women because these are the men that are approaching them and engaging them sexually. And saying that these women are like they're picking out, they're hunting. Women don't hunt. Come on now.
more men together, good men that are capable of being leaders. If
there's good men that are capable of being leadership and they ain't got no damn game and how to get women, the fuck are you talking about, bro? That's where you get all the passport bros at. They don't know how to approach a woman the right way and get the result. And they got to go over to overseas where it's easier, where they just flash $10 and they get whatever they want. Because it's not even about conversation. The people can't even speak the same language. So they just show some money and they get what they want. So they're awkward. They don't even know how to communicate and even approach a woman. Let's be real. There's a lot of neurodivergent people out here.
Families. And there were the fraction of men that are bad, you know what I'm saying? They probably got the charisma. They probably hit the genetic lottery, but they
don't have the charisma. That's why they can't get the woman. They don't have the charisma. Maybe it should be a charisma school. Tariq Nasheed was teaching them how to be a Mac or whatever.
Popular by, the taboo. I would say that women would that fraction would shrink, but the women would still target them. I have not figured out in my line of work how to undo that. I don't know. I wouldn't call it hypergamy because it wasn't a status thing. It's just that these guys have the charisma. They have the charm. Then you got a group of men that are good men. They're just socially awkward. They might not have the height, they might not, it might be out of touch in other things, but they're good men. The women, they're just not going to go for those guys. So I don't think it'll have the significant impact on the discernment as you think, but I'm willing to have the conversation to figure out.
Well, honey, and a woman with 3 kids probably don't think you're a prize either. A woman with 1 kid probably don't think you're a prize. Like, what difference do it make what you think about what the woman is a prize or not? There's no such thing as a prize. That's where y'all get all this shit is from Kevin Samuels' textbook. Why is somebody gonna be a prize? We're not fucking racehorses. We're not donkeys. We're not dogs, prize like animal. That's slave talk. A prize. Think about this. A prize? What is a prize? Go look it up online. We're not animals. We're not fucking prize horses that are about to go off to the fucking races. I don't think a woman with 3 kids is a prize. Okay, well, I don't know. I don't think that you're a prize. What makes you a prize? If you were a prize, you wouldn't even be thinking about with 3 kids with a woman, whatever it was. But anyway, you'd be married. And you wouldn't have enough time to get on here and say that shit. So anyways, let's go.
How we can connect it.
Yeah, it's so interesting. When I grew up in Brooklyn, what was taught to me about what manhood was actually the metrics of masculinity and not necessarily the metrics of manhood. But it was presented as the metrics.
Oh, okay. So you have 3 kids. All right. So by 3 different women. So what you did was you spread your kids out over 3 different women. Or did one woman have all 3 of your kids and she's not a prize? Because you just said, I don't think a woman with 3 kids is a prize, but you said you had 3 kids. You're not a prize, so you have 3 kids. So there you go. Men need to shut the fuck up and stop
of manhood. And that was the 3 P's. Paper, pecs, and penis. So we were taught, how much money do you make? How much paper do you get? Pecs. How strong are you? Can you fight? Penis.
All right, so you just had one woman have 3 kids. You just said that I don't think a woman with 3 kids is a prize. So you're talking about your own child's mother. Shut the fuck up, bro.
How many women have you slept with? Those were presented as the metrics of manhood, and really, they amounted to the metrics of masculinity. Now, can masculinity be a part of manhood? Well, we all know the answer to that question. Absolutely. But the metrics of those things, which really amount to the metrics of masculinity, have not only been presented to us, they've also been presented to many of the women in our community. So subsequently, they have learned that those are the metrics to manhood also. And subsequently, they begin choosing guys who are drenched.
Well, I'm going to tell you what men tell us. You should have chose better. That's your fault.
In those 3 areas. So when I talk about us getting ourselves together in order to fix our community, when we fix ourselves, we also begin to fix what the metrics of manhood look like, not just to our brothers, but to our sisters also. And so slowly but surely, those things will begin to make a turn. Is that going to happen tomorrow? Absolutely not. Look, it didn't take one day for us to be broken. It's not going to take one day for us to be fixed. So
it sounds like you're hitting it like a regime change type thing, like Dave Anderson kind of stated when he was talking about military. And
absolutely.
But just a quick question: If we're talking about influence and impact, which would probably be significant in this situation, in order to be able to get people to maybe part away from the direction they're going to go in a different direction, is it safe to say that in 2026, that if two candidates was positioning themselves to be the actor?
Listen, I'm gonna give y'all 5 more minutes of my time. If you want me to go a little longer, hit me with a super chat, but I'm gonna do 5 more minutes of this bullshit and I'm gonna wrap it up because it's really not going anywhere. They're really trying to pay. They're trying to talk to this guy who is an actor who's well known, was on Bill Cosby, and they got some of their best red pillars to get up here and try to change his mind and to bring him on there, to bring him into the red pill circle jerk that they're trying to have here, and he's saying, hey, I love my wife, I want to do things for the community, you know what I'm saying? And they're trying to figure out how to penetrate his mind to be something other than what he's saying, and it's crazy to me. They're really trying to keep directing all these questions at him, and it's stupid to me.
We need to start taking the aim.
Actually living a living example, speaking from integrity, and showcasing ways that we can be straight black man and not be a cancer. So, and just to try to reel it back into the original topic,
finding the original topic. They done been on this bitch for almost 2 hours, and they're just now getting to the original topic after 2 hours of just rambling about bullshit, hating women, and you can see that come on now, bro. You can see they don't like women.
It'd be an unpopular take. But I think our people is desperate to figure out the problem, and we can't figure it out. So we have to try to assign it to a villain. We have to pick a villain, and I think the best villain is the black man.
Yeah.
And I think somebody said earlier, you can get canceled for making a villain anybody within the LGBT. How dare you? So the only safe route is to go is the black man. And what it does is it absolves anybody who has shared responsibility whenever the cancerous behavior began to develop. Because there had to be a timeline on how this blossomed into something that became destructive. But the conversation doesn't start there. It kind of just starts at, okay, now he's an adult. He's having an impact on the community. Let's call these guys cancerous. And if we call them cancerous at adulthood, everything that happened before that, we can ignore it. And again, I think it's unfair. And there's no point of just circling back.
Right. You saw your dad whooping your mom's ass, and then you whooped your wife's ass. That's really what all it boiled down to. And then that little boy who might have been gay saw you doing it, and he grew up to love his mom and hate you as a man. But at the same point, I don't know, maybe it was molested. I mean, there's so many things that could be possible in those situations. But I mean, I don't know. Before I go, I want to show you guys a gay man, and I talked about the fact that gay men give a lot of relationship advice to women, and I wanted to show this so that people could see, okay, that I wasn't just lying. Bro, there's so many channels of gay men giving relationship advice to women, and this is a common thing that happens. I thought it was a really interesting thing. Why? So if we get back into what Funky Dineva said, is that gay men seem to value women more, and they seem to give them advice. Let's go.
Girl, I want to talk a little bit of shit about these guys. I mean, why not, right? Let's do some girl talk. I mean, many of you are over them anyway, so who cares? Now, as a dating coach for 14 years, but more importantly, as your fairy godbrother, I'm going to give you some tea that maybe a lot of people are not talking about, but we need to talk about. So, number one, girl, these Black guys are not packing the way that they used to. So before it was like 75% pack in, 25% mid. Now it's like a third packing, a third mid, a third womp womp. And I think it's all the hormones and the meats and chickens and all the plastics in the food and all the, maybe the little Debbie snack cake swirl. It's the same as like these new hair Cantu products and perm that gives you all the fibroids inside. Bring back pink lotion and blue magic. The Black girls will get that. Nobody else will. Also, don't listen to these African and Caribbean guys who tell you that they don't go down and they don't eat. No shade, but they grew up hungry and they'll eat anything. And if they ever tell you that they don't go downtown, just let them know that you not throw a neck for them. You know what I mean? Some guys that get looked over but don't need to be looked over, short kings, they're packing. Nerds, packing. You know who's not packing, but I hear a lot about? Korean men. Girl, K-pop is a K-flop, girl. I'm talking Squid Game down there. If you want to be with a Korean man, girl, it's up to you, girl, but just tell me you're a lesbian now, girl. Happy Pride Month to you. No shade, yeah? Also Samoans. Short as well, girl. Short and thick, honey. It's like watching that Moana movie, girl. You're going to want more of it, and you're not going to get it. Saddest story of one's life. Okay, so Hispanic men cheat, but I think most of y'all know that already. Indian, Jewish, and Italian men, super spoiled. Their mothers give them everything. So a lot of these men will try to replace their mothers with you. So make sure you don't do anything with them. Also, broke guys, bestie will D you down. Pretty guys, 2 pumps, and it's over. It's just like my Snell Mucin, CosRx, which this should be a paid promotion. 2 pumps, over. You can't even warm it up with these pretty boys. And most of us are thinking like, oh my God, I bagged a pretty boy, but girl, he's never gonna hit your walls. Doctors are the same. Doctors are the worst in bed, which is crazy because they literally study anatomy for like years upon years, but they don't know where your spot is. No shade. Finally, kinky, Japanese, Germans, Italians. Anyone that was part of the axis of evil in World War II, girl, that's where their kinkiness came in. So no shade, girl, but they're going to kink you out. So beware of that. Now, in the comments, let's talk shit. Tell me what your experiences have been, because knowledge is power. And I want all of y'all to be as knowledgeable as possible.
Did y'all know that this was even happening? Did men even know that this is the conversation that we be having with these gay men? Be breaking y'all whole program down, bro. Watch this.
Everything that you need to know about a man to stay safe, you can just check based on his face. Now, why do I say this? Well, because biology and microexpressions are very important and are universal languages. And as a dating coach for 15 years, and it's your fairy godbrother, I want to make sure that you're keeping safe, because narcissists, sociopaths are getting smarter and smarter each day. And it requires you to also be able to see the signs so that you can keep yourself safe at the end of the day. So without further ado, let me share with you some of the things that I see on a man's face that will help you stay safe. Number 1, look at that nose, girl. The width of the nose is the diameter of the D. So if he has a wide nose, girl, protect yourself, because that D is going to be wide as well. No shade. Number 2, if he smiles like this, that means that he probably beats women. It is what they call a wife beater smile, and it's a dangerous one. It's like a wolf that's snarling, that's showing his teeth. I want you to think about it like that, okay? The smirk. If the guy is smirking while you're being vulnerable or emotional, he's probably a narcissist, okay? If he has well-groomed eyebrows and they're bushy and they're generally straight like this, he's probably narcissistic. And I'm sure I have mentioned most Arab men, so be it. Also, the way that he holds his head. If his chin is high, he's probably quite arrogant. If it's low like this, he's in protective mode and he's fearful and scary, okay? And then also, check for the wrinkles when he's being expressive and emotional. If he has those wrinkles here, he's generally a happy person. If he has the wrinkles here, he's probably an angry person. If he has the wrinkles here, he's probably an anxious person. If he has natural wrinkles here, he probably, we call that gay face, gay whiskers, because he's pursing a lot. If he has no wrinkles, he probably has Botox and he's probably gay. Let me know if this is helpful. Let me know if certain men come to mind. I was going to put pictures up here, but I didn't want to get sued. And let me know if this is helpful again. All right. Girl, when you're dating a guy, you need to understand that actually many of his compliments are insults. And we don't get that because many of us grew up in households where our parents didn't necessarily give us a lot of compliments. So as a dating coach for 15 years and as your fairy godbrother, I'm going to share with you some of the most common dating compliments that are actually insults and why they're insults. Okay, so if a guy calls you independent, please understand that's probably one of the biggest insults that he can call you, because what it tells you is that he doesn't want to do anything for you because he knows that you can do it yourself. And it means he's not going to go out of his way to pursue you. He thinks that he's the prize and he's going to want you to do everything in your masculine. If a guy calls you a strong black woman, for my black women out there, please understand that he is a weak white male. And that's the worst of the worst, girl. No shade. If he calls you big money, please understand that he is there to rob you, girl. If he says, you're too good for me, believe him. It means that you're too good for him. He's literally telling you exactly what is going on, that he is not good enough for you. And I don't care who you are. You're going to have to understand that some men are not going to be on your level and some men are not going to be ready to be the man that he needs to be in a relationship with you. Now, if a man says, you're my peace, please understand he has a war inside of him. And you need to get away as quickly as possible before you become a casualty. If he calls you cute, please understand that he does not think of you in a sexually attractive way. That's what you call your little sister, not the woman that wants to be your potential girlfriend or wife. Please understand this. Okay? So he might say, how are you still single? And some of us might take that as a compliment, like, I'm so amazing. He thinks I'm so amazing that it's crazy that I'm single. No, girl, he's testing you. He wants to figure out, based on how you respond to that question, whether you're crazy or not. It's not a compliment. So please, I know a lot of us might feel really good about some of these things that these guys are saying, but oftentimes they're not complimenting you. They're insulting you. Let me know if I've missed anything, and if you need any help. Girl, if he has a biblical name, you need to block him. John, Matthew, Luke, block. Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Isaiah, double block. Okay, you hear me? Okay, if his name ends in Ante or Bon, block. Javante, Trayvon, block. If his name starts with a T-Y, block. Tyrone, Tyrell, block. Quans, if it ends in Quan, he's gone. Now, let's talk about these overly white names because they need to be blocked too. If his name is Tanner, Kyle, Shane, blocked. If his name is Brad, Chad, or Thad, blocked. Do you hear me? I had a date today and he stood me up. Should I call? Is that your man or is that a parole officer? That's a no-no, sis. That's a no-no. Here's the thing too. When you have been so independent all of your life, I'm talking to you, black girls, brown girls, that energy can feel like love. He just wants to know where I am. He wants to make sure that he can come to me if something's ever an issue. Girl, it'll take you 5 seconds to text that man if something's up. No. This is about losing your autonomy. This is about him trying to control you. Now, I don't know all the details. I'm not in your relationship, but it's important to understand that, like, he doesn't need to know everything. Now, I will say this. If he
reaches out to you today and you don't get back to him by tomorrow and you all are in a relationship, that's an issue too. So it goes both ways.
All right. Welcome to the stage, James Harlan. What's up?
Hey, how you doing? I was just, it's the first time listening to your show. Very interesting. You said that this is the advice that women get. When you say women get, or women in general get from
He has a specific channel that, listen, this guy, how many followers is he? Let me just see. He has like over 92.5 thousand subscribers on just YouTube, and then on Instagram it's like 100, and then TikTok even more. People listen to this guy.
I mean,
Yes.
he's entertaining. He's using a lot of generalizations. And for a black woman in particular to just take his word on a lot of things, like for instance, my name is James, so my shit would get blocked by you know, and I'm good people, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you got that biblical name, block, so yeah.
I mean,
What do you think? What do you think is happening there? What do you think it is? I mean,
he's a faggot. What the fuck can we say?
Oh, don't say the word. Don't say that word. That's not a good word. Let's say other words.
Well, listen. That's the error. That's why I gets blocked, because I'm gonna tell it just like it is to a nigga like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically what he was saying. People of my ilk, I would say it like that. We already know. No. And why a woman marrying somebody who they know is a punk? Now, can I say punk?
Yeah, you said that.
I mean, this dude
But no, but now he is very much gay. He's not. No one's marrying him. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the topic, I believe, is are they going to be more loyal to? How could they be loyal when they're chasing dudes? But that don't even make no sense.
I think that's the thing. By giving them advice, by being like centered on them, like talking to them. I just showed you a whole panel, for the whole 3 hours.
Yeah, I came in late.
That was talking negatively about women. But when you see the gay men talking to women, they are trying to tell them, okay, look out for this, look out for that. So what, are they more,
I'm gonna have to kiss the
are they
playback.
looking at, are they looking out for women more because they're giving advice and trying to teach them about how to have relationships and this, that, the other, what is it, you'll see more
masculine energy.
With that dude, I mean, some of the things he was saying, may have been spot on, but he's disingenuous with it because he's trying to be entertaining. In his effort to be entertaining, for what little I've seen, he says some incredibly crazy stuff, and but I missed it, the broadcast. You said there were a lot of dudes that were just talking negatively about women. When you say the whole 2 hours, did anybody say anything? Was the percentage of
it was pretty much about, we need to be running these women, we need to be leading them, and they and it was an interesting. You gotta watch the replay. I can't. Okay. I've been here for too long. I was about to wrap things up. You know what I'm saying, because I'm tired. But
did anybody say that you can lead by following? Because
no, they did not.
If I meet a woman,
no, they did not. This is how the conversation. Let me just bring it back up. This is how the conversation was going. So just so you can like kind of hear a little bit of it before I like go off of here, just to get an idea. All right, so this is how it's going.
To it right now, we gotta run. What do they call it? Triage. Your words. We gotta run triage and try to fix it from a reactive standpoint and then a proactive instead of a proactive.
Let me tell you something. Ain't nothing fair about leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing fair about leadership. Leadership is going to be questioned at all times. At all times. I don't care what kind of leader you are.
Mm-hmm.
It is going to be called into question at all times. Let's look at someone like a Barack Obama, right?
Sure.
This black man represents excellence on so many different levels. It's actually funny. You can't find 10 people that will be in agreement about him being a spectacular leader. You can't find it. You're going to find 2, 3, 4 people out of 10 that's going to tell you how he was an awful president, how he didn't do enough for black people, he didn't do enough for white people. He didn't do enough for that. He should have been this. He should have been that. This man is exemplary on so many different levels. And yet, he has been under fire on so many different levels about so many different things. There is nothing fair about leadership. So as a black man, this is what we have to really condition ourselves about. When you step up into leadership, you are going to catch strays all day, every day. Not just from people outside your house. There are going to be times where you catch them from people inside your home, inside your family, inside your community. If you listen, there is nothing fair about leadership. That's why ain't everybody fit to be a man. Because all day, every day, you are going to catch strays. Everybody ain't built for this, bro. Everybody
You know what? My fear is that at some point in time, and I might not even be here no more, but we're gonna fix this shit.
Yes, sir.
My fear is if black men are the only ones that can fix it. My fear is that when we do fix it, they're not gonna even give us the credit for it.
Hey, you know what? Let me tell you something. Hey, let me tell you something. Don't you might be right, my bro. You might be right, my bro. Watch this. Every day, as a man, as a black man, I just do what I know is necessary. Not because I'm waiting for somebody to listen. Let me tell you something.
I'm sorry. Who is they? The women. If the black men step up and fix it, they are not going to give us the credit for it. Who are they? The white man? The white woman? They're clearly talking about the black woman is not going to give them the credit for fixing the situation in the black community. You understand how defeatist and ridiculous and all these men are married. That's what's stupid about this whole thing.
And I'm gonna prove this point to you. If you try to make a reservation for Mother's Day in 2026, you call any restaurant, they'll be like, my bro, you trying to make a reservation for 2026? You should have done that in 2025 for 2026.
Yep.
Try to make a reservation for Father's Day at any restaurant. You could make it the same day. They'll be like, oh yeah, no problem. How many in your party? 26. Oh, don't worry about it. We can accommodate you.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting.
Hold on. The contribution of the black man is so underestimated and underappreciated. It is ridiculous, but it actually comes with this job. It actually comes with this job. Like I said, nothing fair about leadership. And again, if we are the leaders that we say we are, and we know we are, that's what comes with this, bro. That's why we got to be on our game. That's why conversations like this and us empowering each other, void of the black woman, is necessary because we know how difficult this job is. That's why we need each other.
You know, it's interesting, Mr. Whitfield, bringing up former president number 44, Barack Hussein Obama Jr. Because it's a very difficult spot he's in because former First Lady Michelle Obama, whom Black women, I think rightly, greatly admire her for good reason. Princeton, Harvard Law, was doing very well in the private sector in the early days. Her and Barack Obama got together, so on and so forth. So I take nothing away from her accomplishments. But I was very disturbed by her. And I would go along if it was just a one-off comment. Everybody gets grace on a one-off from me. But these are sustained comments over the past year or so that she has made about her husband in public. And, you know.
Do you see what I'm saying here? Can you kind of like get how no matter where the conversation is going, they have to bring it right around to how the Black woman is fucking up. No matter what it is, he could be like Pinocchio, he could be like Mickey Mouse. Well, Minnie Mouse. Let me tell you how Minnie Mouse was wearing that goddamn polka dot outfit. You know what I'm saying? They're just no matter what the subject is. Goddamn Scooby-Doo. Let me tell you about how Peggy pissed off Scooby-Doo. Like, no matter what it is, no matter what the subject is, the Black woman. I'm glad you brought up Barack Obama. I gotta like use this platform right now to talk about Michelle and how she several times. Why? This conversation was initially about, if y'all forgot, by the way, because I've been here for 4 hours and I have to bring everything back to the original point, was about what fucking Daniva said, that Black men are a cancer to the community. Now, we've heard 2 hours of men speaking, right? And they have yet to directly address anything he said, because everything was about the Black woman. These men are so distraught about the Black woman. Like, I mean, it's like, oh my God. And it's sickening to me. It's like, really? Hold on. Let me go ahead, speak.
Yeah, these are bad examples. And I only saw that small portion, but they're giving, hurt vibes. I'm not sure what's going on in their marriages. I never been married, but I've been with several women for years and years and years. And I love Black women. I wouldn't want to be on this earth without them. Just go ahead and take me now, if that's going to be the case. So, and when I said earlier, by you leading by knowing how to follow, for instance, you might be far more successful financially than me because of my upbringing, and your upbringing allowed you that success. If somehow we connect and we love each other, to be a real man, I have to accept the fact that just you getting that bread. You know how to get that. And I'm not going to try to hurt you. I'm going to try to help you. And I'm going to be proud of you. And I'm not going to.
Honey, you missed it. And they were talking about the women need to be up underneath my guidance and leadership. If they have a boss, then that boss is overriding you as a man. So your woman you need to be the boss. And then the woman needs to work underneath you so that the boss can't be telling her to go to work. And, I mean, you missed that whole part. But
traditionally,
I want to finish off. And hold on. I know you're probably going to go. We've always worked. Women have always worked, right?
Right.
In our community.
Absolutely.
So this is like some programming, I think, from the white man of like, this housewife thing. And I'm sure he probably has a white wife. A lot of these Black men be having white wives that they like be having them like, living it up. And it's a whole nother, what I'm saying? They be in love with these and let them, and yeah, because the white woman is not going to allow them to like, Let me just be quiet. Go ahead.
It really bothered me because of Barack Obama's sterling character. We could debate his political views and so on and so forth. No, his character as a man is above reproach. No scandals, no untoward behavior. They even called him in the White House no drama Obama. That sort of thing. I mean, he's second only to Jimmy Carter in terms of being a good man, right? Hillary Rodham Clinton went on record when asked what would be her role in William Jefferson Clinton's White House, and she said, "What am I supposed to do? I'm not going to be up there baking cookies and stand by your man." Then turned around when it became known that her husband was in a number of trysts with a number of women, one in particular, Miss Jennifer Flowers, and she ended up sitting right next to her man on 60 Minutes. When he was revealed in flagrante with Monica Lewinsky, she once again went to bat on the Today Show talking about a vast right-wing conspiracy. Hillary Rodham Clinton repeatedly stood by her man, even though everybody knew William Jefferson Clinton was grabbing them by the fill in the blank. But we have Miss Michelle Obama saying on record that there were years, not 1 year or 1 day or a weekend. We all had an argument with our significant other. We understand that. She said years, plural, where she didn't like Barack Obama. That threw me for a loop. Now, my thinking is this. If Black women, in this case, former First Lady Michelle Obama, cannot get behind a man like Barack Hussein Obama Jr., first ever president of the Harvard Law Review, Harvard Law School, Columbia undergrad, Nobel Peace Prize winner, President of the United States and leader of the free world twice. If you can't get behind a man like that, well, God damn it, who can you get behind? Who? He's the best of us. If he can't get a woman to get on code, who can do it? Who?
So women can't have moments. Women can't have so even a president. So you don't think, I mean, see, the difference is that Michelle Obama was honest, right? She said, "Hey, there's time where we don't even like each other. You know what? I don't like him. Whatever the hell it is, whatever she said, right? She's being honest." He turned that into a whole thing of that she can't get behind her husband, but she was behind him for 4 fucking years, and all the way up to his presidency before that. But she said that one statement and erased everything that she's done to support her husband. This is the type of bullshit I'm fucking talking about.
But in that position, I understand what he's saying because she should be unwavering. And that was the example that most of the first ladies set. Unwavering loyalty to their man. Now, there's some skepticism about Obama's I'm trying to phrase it correctly, but they may be issues with him that garnered a great deal of disrespect from her that enhanced her to voice those kinds of opinions about him live to the world. And they ain't no change in that, you know what I'm saying? But I understand what he's saying, that it's her loyalty for the president of the United States, who is her husband, even though he's a former president, should be unwavering, at least in public. If you're going to be with him, be with him. Whatever he doing, if you don't like it, okay, go ahead and eat that. And he gave a perfect example with Hillary, because she stood by a dude. You ain't never hear her say, "Yo, I hate that nigga for doing what he do, but he's still my dude." Nah, she ain't say none of that. There was no wavering. You know what I'm saying? She held the line. So I cannot disagree with him on that. I just can't.
Man, that I don't even know
I
if there's
mean,
an answer for that question. I do think that it's a combo of the woman that you have, the season that you're in, and who you're willing to be in that season. As shockingly as it is, and I don't think that's going to satisfy people. I think the harsh reality, we are dealing with human beings. We're dealing with people. And, you know, none of us are looking for perfection in ourselves, let alone the women that we're trying to do life with when it comes to us getting along and, you know, being allowed to lead and them knowing how to follow and everything. So I will acknowledge that I was definitely bothered with what you said and seeing that as well. And I never even thought about that as a symbol of kind of this whole discussion. But I'm not going to get away from the very, very beginning with what's the guy's name? Funky Geneva. And thinking about acknowledging that just because I wasn't a big fan of how he framed black men doesn't mean that my frustration with the framing and some of the, in my mind, dehumanizing language that they wouldn't use for anybody else doesn't take away from my acknowledgement of the elephant in the room when it comes to men and it comes to black men in regards to homicides and the violence and stuff that's happening in the community. I, like many a man, you know, we've come across a very extremely small percentage of men that are actually offenders, that are actually doing a lot of these homicides in comparison to the overall population of men that are not. But
so let's what I'm gonna do is we're gonna have to like table this and like carry it on another time because I mean I have been doing this for hours and whew, I'm tired. But
I'm sorry I came in late,
let me
but
let me oops is my audio down again? Is it down? My audio down?
I can hear you.
Okay, so let's play it real quick.
The audio is very choppy and inaudible. Yeah, there's no audible right now. But I must say, black men, we do love our women. And that's just not gonna change. I can't say what degree a gay man will love you. But regular straight brothers, we're gonna love you. You know what I'm saying? And there are many brothers with many issues, but they're gonna love you nonetheless. Maybe they won't love you to the degree that you might think that you should. But if they truly love you, maybe they can grow into you. It's very nuanced. It's very nuanced, but there's no man that's chasing another man gonna love you more than a man who just loved you. Um, I can't even imagine being with a woman who thinks that that would be a better fit for them, someone who's feminine.
Honey, it's not about being a better fit. What I'm saying is that the loyalty. So, but listen, go ahead and watch the replay. I'm gonna probably reconvene this conversation tomorrow. I'm
You have a
tired, y'all.
great night. You have a great night,
Much
and I
love.
will be.
Listen, I gotta get some rest. I'm tired.
I subscribe, so I'll hopefully be talking with you again. But I appreciate your subject matter, and I think you are a genuine person. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, listen, guys, I am beat. I gotta get some rest. I've been doing this. I'm at like 4 hours and 39 minutes. But I hope that you guys was able to, like, you know, get some information, come to some conclusions. I hope that you liked the show. Much love to everybody who stuck around. Please like and subscribe. Peace, guys. Peace, peace, peace.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you,